welcome to Happy Times and Places, in which I, Toby Hadoke, try to wax lyrical and positively about a Doctor Who story a guest has chosen. They've also chosen their favourite things about it. Now, in the normal universe, this is released in several different segments, one per episode, but we're in an alternative place, where we've all got eye patches, and it's an omnibus! Well, hello everybody. According to my schedule, I should be doing a different story right now, but I'm 47 years old and I can do what I blooming well want, and I quite fancied watching Inferno. I was in an Inferno mood, and the beauty of Doctor Who is there's a story to suit whatever mood you're in, and I'm in the mood for a bit of gritty season 7 lava fascist shenanigans. Now, I know that this story has been set for me by, I always say this is done by a friend of mine, but in this case it's someone I've never met. We have conversed over the internet, and he's been in Doctor Who. Now this thrills me because there's a part of me that the idea that anybody that's been in Doctor Who would even agree to smile at me, let alone partake in something I'm doing, to give me the credibility of being a fellow human being, still, even though I'm 47, absolutely thrills me. Now, he got in touch after he'd sent his thing saying, I'm not sure I've done it right, because some of the other ones have been different, which means he's a listener and a viewer. Hello. But of course, I told him the way that this is done is that the guest has to take ownership, and they must appreciate Doctor Who and express their appreciation for the story that they've chosen, however they choose. Even if you're not 47, you can still do what you blooming well like. So I don't know what to expect from my guest, and I'm sure his fears are unfounded. So let's see who he is and why he's chosen this particular story in general terms, and then we'll hear from him at the end of this particular instalment to find out his favourite thing about episode 1.
Hi, Toby. It's thanks for having me on. For the multitudes out there who don't know me, my name's Jeremy Radick, and I played Gareth in the Doctor Who TV movie. And for the past 25 years, I've been shamelessly exploiting that to get me into exciting predicaments like this. And now it's brought me here to my basement to talk to you about Inferno. So it's maybe the Jon Pertwee story I've seen the most. I first saw it a very long time ago when it came out on VHS, and I actually probably around the time that I was filming the TV movie, so it's always held a special place in my heart alongside Frontier in Space, because that's what I was watching it around the time I was also making the movie. Oh, by the way, if you hear some odd noises in the background, I apologize. It's actually because there's like a team of scientists and they're doing some drilling in my backyard. I mean, I don't know what it's about. Apparently there's some sort of, well, I think there's some kind of pockets of gas back there, and they're, drilling in. They're about to pierce the Earth's crust or something. I don't know. I didn't really pay attention. Anyway, so Toby, while I pop out and see what they're getting up to, why don't we see if you can figure out what my favorite thing about episode 1 is? I'll be back in a tick.
I already love Jeremy. I already did. He's been in Doctor Who. And I hadn't realised he was a fan when he did the show. I suppose I must have realised that in my head because he's spoken at conventions and stuff. But I think I hadn't put that together when I was thinking about this. What, did I think he'd become a fan afterwards and done it? Well, maybe, why not? But I love that story then, that he was watching Inferno and then going off to be in Doctor Who. Isn't that wonderful? I mean, the fact that being in Doctor Who is a dream that can come true for people, and has for many, I think is a wonderful thing, and wonderful thing about so many, people who've grown up loving it, who've had various involvements with it. That's an added level of joy, aside from the fact that it's a TV show we can love and pore over the minutiae of. I love the fact that he's got a team of scientists in his backyard. And I also love the fact that he's broken it up with captions, so I know when one section has stopped, so I can press pause, because quite often when I do this, actually breaking up people's contributions, it involves a lot of editing. So Jeremy is already in my good books. Thanks, Jeremy. So that's an interesting introduction. So what that means is that we will hear from Jeremy at the end of the episode. But what we're going to do first is we're going to watch that episode. My partner made, of those watching on video, my partner made that fellow, and look, he's got a Doctor Who scarf on. I normally set this up. Regular viewers and listeners will know that myself and remote controls do not have the best relationship. I'd got this all set up. I'm a blooming professional, and the remote control had done its best to bore like a mole down the back of the sofa. But I have it now. So if, like me, I'm watching the DVD of this, and the menu is not a series of tantalising clips. It's just a sort of bit from episode 7 that actually almost cuts out halfway through a sentence that I've had on a loop for a bit while I set this up. So it's a good job I'm not watching episode 7 for a bit. Now then, everybody, shall we watch Inferno? I'm going to, and I'm going to press play all. So I'm going to press enter in 3, 2, 1. And here we go. Now, I first encountered Inferno. I used to get bootleg VHSs from a shop in Wolverhampton. I think I've said this before. You took 2 tapes in, you got 1 back with episodes on it of varying quality. And after a while, because you got 7 episodes, but you got about another 13 minutes after 7 episodes, I asked Colin, the guy who did it, to stick something on the end. Anything to fill out, the remaining 13 minutes. And so on the end of something, I forget what now. It's interesting that I forget what. I would have known this information back in the day. I got the first 10, 12 minutes of Inferno. Colin was very keen for me to have the 7 episoders. He kept telling me how brilliant Doctor Who and the Silurians was, and it was his favourite story, because I realised, and I realised much later, that that's because I used to go and request the orphaned episodes, or mix and match, a 4-parter and the first 3 parts of a 6-parter, then the back 6 parts and another 4-parter, which would involve lots of chopping and changing of tapes for him, whereas just sticking a 7-parter on was much. So I think this was part of his campaign to get me to choose 7-parters. But even that 13 minutes, it showed me that it was, it was a sort of cut above. It's got it's slightly disjointed because it starts with film, and it wasn't great quality because Inferno was for a while in black and white, or existed in and it still exists in slightly, the color is recovered from, it's converted from NSTC, isn't it? Or it's not, it doesn't look as it would have done when broadcast. And obviously the bootleg version had even more problems than this. I mean, this cleaned up version, it doesn't have problems as such, but it doesn't look, you can tell that the picture quality is not as it should be, and I think that does affect our appreciation of it. In fact, with Inferno, I think it slightly counts in its favour because it does make it look slightly more sort of filmic and unusual. I think if this was as crisp as studio stuff is, I don't know, we might receive it slightly differently, as crisp as studio stuff that we have from later stories, or maybe not, who knows. But I certainly experience Inferno, I think, in a slightly different way, a slightly removed way. It's perhaps more movie-like because of this slight sheen it has from not being studio work that looks like it's come from an English print, as it were. The Doctor was singing La Donna Mobile, which is also sung by Private Tito, I think, in The 10th Planet. It's from Rigoletto. Christopher Benjamin as Sir Keith Gold, I think, is 4 years old here. It's an interesting casting because I would have thought you would go older, but it works because what they've done is they've cast to character, which is this very gentle, benign, polite thing that Christopher Benjamin has, and he does have a certain civil servant air about him, and so it's a good piece of casting. But I think a slightly unusual one. Olaf Pooley, I think, is magnificent as Professor Stahlman. Doctor Who has its fair share of sort of mad scientists, but I find him extremely believable, and I think this all comes from Douglas Camfield, who is the director of this, who gives everything a realism and intensity. I love the fact that when Slocum, Walter Randall here, touches the green stuff, a little bit of smoke shoots out. That, to me, is a sort of Camfield touch. To go, it's not just enough to touch the green stuff. We have to have a little sizzle and a shoot, just a little bit of attention to detail. And we get these sort of we get this noise constantly in the background, and I think that sort of that Krakatoa howling, as it were. There's no incidental music in this. Well, there are just sort of stock or sounds, which is very interesting. And is it the last story without a musical score as such? I think it is. Yeah, it is. So that's a curious sort of throwback to the 60s, where often stories had just library tracks, or in some cases no incidental music at all. Walter Randall, he goes up and down with Doctor Who, really. He was a mate of John Pertwee. He was a mate of Douglas Camfield. I mean, he's in a lot of Camfield stuff. So he's Ella Keir, great baddie in The Crusade, and he's one of the Egyptians in the Dalek Master Plan, and then he's a guard in episode 1 of The Invasion, and then doesn't have an awful lot to do here, but it's a key role, I mean, Camfield did use people over and over again, and was interesting because the acting is always good in Camfield stuff, but he didn't necessarily go for drama school types. He would quite often promote an extra. I think, was Randall a dancer? I don't know, but he was South African, wasn't he? Walter Randall. I think he was a dancer at one point. I love the noise that the roar is given, and also the cut from thwacking somebody on the head with a wrench to a nail being hit into a wall. That is a very nice Camfield touch. I always feel John Levine always gives a better performance in a Douglas Camfield story. I know that Camfield helped John Levine to overcome his uncertainty. I think John would say himself he was sometimes quite intimidated by the experience of the thespians around him, and I think Camfield made him feel at ease, and does, I think, bring out the best of him. So there's some great stuff in Zygons as well. I mean, I always love Sergeant Benton, but I do think John's performance does vary sometimes, and I think he's I don't know, I get the impression he's much more relaxed when doing this stuff, and he flourishes as a result. He gets some nice comedy stuff. I really like the dynamic. Camfield, didn't like the unit costumes either, so I'm guessing that's why Levine is in sort of proper military stuff rather than this stuff that they phase out in favour of proper military stuff, because unit had special costumes designed, and then I think Barry Letts asked the military, didn't he, and said what would they actually wear, and the military said, well, they'd just wear normal military stuff, to be honest. I like the idea of the wrench being red hot, because it's quite a slight story if you think about it. And I'm sure the legend was back in the day it had been a 4-parter extended to a 7-parter, and so the alternative world stuff had been added like that, but it wasn't quite like that. It was commissioned as a 7-parter, and the alternative world stuff was there, but it was introduced to make the story have a bit more to it, as indeed were the monsters. I shouldn't think this would be even though the monsters are questionable. I don't think this would be as well remembered if it was just about, a tense drilling operation. So that's producer Barry Letts and script editor Terence Dix knowing what ingredients you needed to throw in to a storyline that they nonetheless liked. Here's Derek Newark, last appeared in the very first Doctor Who story as the caveman Zar. And this is his final appearance in Doctor Who. He had a fantastic career. He became a leading player at the National Theatre, part of Bill Bryden's company of what Kevin McNally describes as broad-bottomed actors. But unfortunately that came with it a propensity for hard and heavy drinking. And that brought out some of Derek Newark's demons. I've done a biography of him in one of my other podcasts, in the podcast called Too Much Information for the Forest of Fear, and the story of the rise of Derek Newark, which then led to a plateau and sadly a fall. He got fantastic obituary in The Guardian that celebrated his talents, and Harold Pinter even augmented that with his own positivity. Pinter was a great fan of the work of Derek Newark, but I think Derek was could be hard work, and alcohol didn't bring out the best in him. So, he did have a good career, but dead at 65, having not been employed for the last 5 years of his life either much. At what expense a good career as a character actor, and of course different times where you could sink a load of drinks during a performance and not be fired, but that would not be the case now. And of course, at this time at the BBC, there was a BBC bar. People went to drink at lunchtime, didn't they? It's a totally different times. Some would say, "Oh yeah, but you produced the best work." In fact, I spoke to an actor at a do, quite a well-known TV face who'd been away from what he'd been doing and had come back to do a bit, and I said, "Oh, how are you finding coming back?" And he said, "Oh well, you used to be able to go to the bar and have a drink, but you're not allowed to anymore, and the work suffers." You go, "I'm not sure it does." And if your main feeling about coming back into a TV series is that you're now not allowed to have a drink at lunchtime, I think a bit of recalibration is probably needed. Yes, I always find this bit a little bit cringy, where Greg Sutton undermines Petra, and she has a go at him. But you're supposed to find it cringy. Greg is in many ways the hero of this, but he makes a Burke of himself, and that's actually quite nice for what happens later, and it's actually quite nice for Doctor Who, where women are often patronised and the show is not made to account for it. I think it very much is there, and I think Sheila Dunn does her cool riposte to Greg's casual sexism rather well. So I like all of these characters. I think all of these characters are nicely done, and I'm utterly convinced by Stallman's testy, patronising attitude to Sir Keith, and he's not a ranting madman. He's a testy prat. He's because of the way that Pooley plays it, you sort of sympathise with. You can see where he's coming from. He's not being an unreasonable. He's not been a Chief Robson from Fury from the Deep, who's going, "I just want to keep the thing switched on. Why? 'Cause I do." And it's all a bit one note. Even though I like Robson and I like Victor Madden, I find Stallman a cut above the usual Doctor Who mad scientist, and in the way that he's written and the way that he's played. And it's not a sort of predictable, he's going to start yelling by the end of episode 1 and he'll be yelling even louder by episode 7. It's more calculated than that, and it's more character-based than that. And Greg Sutton I love, because he's a hero. And there's a real likability, which makes the transformation of Derek Newark into, by all accounts, a bit of a loudmouth sometimes when he was drunk. Even sadder because he's very likeable on screen. Christopher Benjamin is likeable on screen and off. I can attest to that. He's a very affable fellow. And of course a Doctor Who legend, thanks to Henry Gordon Jago. Sir Keith Gold was, I think, originally called Sir Keith Mulvaney, and then Sir Keith Rose. I do like... Pertwee's brilliant, isn't he? I think season 7 Pertwee. And let's not forget, talking about... Who was I talking about being nervous in the studio? Oh, John Levine. John Pertwee had not done much drama in an electronic studio, if in fact any, prior to being Doctor Who. I know he'd done a couple of... I think he'd done a live Toad of Total or something, but that's not drama. And I know that Sue Upton, who was production assistant on Doctor Who The Silurians, said that he was very nervous during Silurians because he wasn't, because of course Spearhead from Space was all done on film, and Pertwee had done a lot of film, but doing drama on film is very different to doing it in an electronic studio where you've got a number of cameras at once to be to be conscious of, and various other things. David Simeon there as the friendly Private Latimer, who is introduced to be friendly for the sole purpose of when the Doctor comes back a bit later, and it's a parallel world, is unfriendly. That's all the character is, but that's fine. And what a lovely actor to get for it, David Simeon, who comes back for episode 1 of The Demons for one of the great one-episode Doctor Who performances as Alistair Fergus. I have an interview that I've done with David actually kicking around that I've not found, that I've not used yet. So, I wonder if I should bring that out as a, because he's always interviewed about the Demons. I talked to him about Inferno as well, and he's a lovely chap. He was a great friend of Nigel Neal, who wrote the Quatermass serials, which of course heavily influence this season 7 of Doctor Who. In fact, Terence Dix, the script editor, always sort of said that season 7 of Doctor Who was not really Doctor Who, it was Quatermass, and I have some sympathy with that because it's a bit more hard-boiled and less fantastical. I love season 7 of Doctor Who. I do think it's my favourite Pertwee season, but maybe because it's an anomaly and I like things that are a break from the norm. But of course, to have something that is a break from the norm, you have to have the norm with which to contrast it. So I'm aware that my contrary brain maybe goes, well, I like that because it's different. Yeah, but if you didn't have a benchmark for the difference to be measured against, it wouldn't be so different. And would I like the Pertwee era if it was all like this? Or do I like season 7 because it's a glimpse of what could have been? But I think all the 7-parters sustain their length. I just like the whole setup. And I think Pertwee is, for somebody that hadn't done much drama in an electronic studio, and for somebody who was a comedian and a comic actor, I mean, that natural elegance that he has and that natural authority that he has. And Pertwee was often sort of talked of as an establishment figure, but he ain't half a prick to the annoying ministerial types, and so there is a sort of anarchist streak in him, but he deploys it to undermine bullies rather than just be generally disruptive. He would still have dinner with the Queen, but if an equerry decided to push his weight about, that's when the Pertwee Doctor would jump into action. Which is fine. Ian Fairbairn here. Yes, Ian Fairbairn is somebody who he was interviewed so many times. He was another sort of Douglas Camfield favourite. And I actually had the chance to meet him. And you know what? I collect autographs, I collect interviews, and I chatted to him, but I wasn't sort of bowled over because he very gamely contributed to all of the DVDs and was interviewed quite a lot. So I was just like, oh, it's Ian Fairbairn, yeah. And I think because he'd already been sort of acquired, as it were, I was less excited. And then, of course, he died sometime later, and I thought, why was I less excited? He was actually really generous with his time, so I should have... I did. I mean, I had a lovely time. I chatted to him and things. It's fine, but I wasn't as excited as I'd been if, say, somebody who'd never given an interview was around that day. And that's almost like not rewarding Ian Fairbairn for being so kind and generous and being on all of the DVDs. But because of that, it was quite familiar to me. But now I look at that as a squandered opportunity. So don't underestimate people, I would say. I wasn't dismissive of him, but as I say, I just wasn't as as excited as I would have been by. But that is interesting, isn't it? About people keeping their powder dry or withholding themselves. I think we always think people who give fewer interviews are somehow, a cut above or a bit more mysterious, or they're by their nature harder to get hold of, which is why so I know some comedians who are very much in the public eye who very much limit the amount of themselves that they give, and actually I think it does lengthen their shelf life, which, judging by the amount of podcasts I've said yes to, I'm probably well out. I'm probably I'm festering in the vacuum pack as we speak. I'm well and truly out of date. This is effective stuff done on film with a bit of Miralon to have the Doctor. It's a nice seeding in, because obviously the parallel world doesn't kick in properly until episode 3. But and that's interesting, because when I first started watching Inferno, I assumed episodes 1 and 2 would just be sort of there to be got out of the way before the real sort of meat. And episodes 1 and 2 are, I think, the only 2 studios that Douglas Camfield, the director, was properly in control of, because he fell ill during the production, during the second studio block. I think it was that early. So what we see in the studio for the first 2 episodes is him. And I know that he was slightly disappointed by Barry Letts's work on the later episodes, even though Letts, I know, followed his camera scripts. And I think you can still get Camfield, who is credited throughout, partially because he directed all of the film stuff, of course. But for a long time, it was, how much better would Inferno have been if Camfield had stayed for the whole thing? Well, it may have been slightly darker lit, but which probably would have helped. But I don't think the lack of Camfield is as much of a disaster as perhaps I was led to believe when I first read about it. The sound is excellent, isn't it? There's the alarms, there's the background noise. And it's a great character dynamic here. And these first 2 episodes are actually terribly, terribly exciting. And the move to the parallel world just ups the ante a bit and gives the story a different texture. But I think the first 2 episodes of this are terrific. I'm really enjoying this, and I love this developing story between Greg and Petra. It's in a world where everything goes horrible, and in fact literally turns horrible in episodes 3 to 6. The spark of something between them shines like a beacon of hope. I love Greg and Petra, and I hope they lived happily ever. Well, obviously in the parallel world, they don't get to live for very long. But it's not your liver, it's your general disposition. He's great, Pertwee, and I really like Olaf Pool's sort of just finds the Doctor to be really irritating, but you can sort of see it from Stallman's point of view, again without him appearing too irrational. And the smoke is great here, the lighting is nice, as I said, and Kate O'Mara, the Rani, was supposed to play. I know I've only just was supposed to say Dr. Williams, or had been intended to play Dr. Williams. Now, something I noticed last time I watched this technician extra is black, and there's a female black technician extra, and I don't think they're in the parallel world as extras. The extras are different in the parallel world, and I wonder if that's a very subtle and clever piece of background actor casting. So that's the end of episode 1, which in my bootleg version was from Australia, and so at this point you had an Australian continuity announcer going, Doctor will be back tomorrow night with the Green Man, and there's a Doctor Who exhibition in wherever, Adelaide, featuring lots of props from the series. But I don't know if you'll see a green man. And I like the green man. Probably I'll do a podcast one day where I do a biography of the Australian continuity announcer who did the green man, who said all about the green man. It's terrific opening installment. It's already got a lovely atmosphere. I love all of the atmospherics of the whole of season 7, and I think Inferno is the acme of that. What do I choose as my favourite thing? I think I'm going to have to say Douglas Camfield. Just because I think as a director, he really announces himself. Well, no, he doesn't announce himself because that sounds like it's too much of a flourish. I just think you immediately establish that you're in safe hands, because more than safe hands, you're in the hands of a connoisseur. No, a connoisseur is the wrong word. You're in the hands of somebody who's more than capable, somebody who is always going to make every single moment that could be hokey, the bit where the guy touches the slime, the bit where the extra gets killed, and all those sorts of bits. He makes them count. But it's not just about the way that he shoots it, because he pays attention to the actors as well, and the little things like John Levine being relaxed enough to be able to cut to do his little bits of playful stuff, and the dynamics between the characters. We often talk about Camfield as an action director, but no, he's a detailed, meticulous director that just gets the best out of every moment. And as he won't be with us fully after episode 2, although his presence is felt for the whole story. And also because I suspect Douglas will be mentioned by Jeremy at some point. Now, if Jeremy chooses something in episode 2, I can't then choose that in episodes 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7. Whereas if I choose something now and Jeremy chooses it later, that counts in my favour. Them's the rules. Let's see what Jeremy liked about episode 1 of Inferno.
Wow, that was exciting, huh? So what's my favorite thing about episode 1? I wish I could say something sophisticated, like how well the script establishes the premise and all of the characters. You get to know who each of them are and their relationships to each other, and we see their radically different positions on the central premise, and they're all really interesting, and they're very round, and they're vibrant, and they're kind of brilliantly differentiated from each other with their own points of view. But frankly, I just love the title cards. Lava. I mean, who doesn't love some lava? It kind of gives it a special feeling, to have its own title cards. I loved it when they did it in the 60s. I'm really sad that they kind of don't do it really after this. And it's just great. It gives it this immediate apocalyptic feel. I mean, who doesn't love lava? It's pretty awesome. So that's my favorite thing. So while you crack on to episode 2, I'm just going to head back outside to my backyard again, because the scientists, they're saying that now that they've pierced the crust, there's like a slime or like an ooze coming out of the pit. So I'm going to take a look at that. But after episode 2, we'll come back and we'll see what my favorite thing is at that point. See if you can guess it. All right.
Oh, he's great, isn't he? Oh, the title cards. I meant to talk about the title cards, and I got distracted talking about bootleg videos. Oh, if only one could script these things. I will talk about the title cards at some point, so I won't waste time now, because I've got 7 episodes to wax lyrical throughout. But that is a good choice. The title cards are a good choice. I wonder if I would have chosen them at any point down the line, because of course I have to choose a bonus thing at the end, so I've got to come up with 8 things in all. But I can't choose the title cards now. Jeremy can still choose Douglas Camfield, but if he does, I've already chosen that, so I get a point for that. But for now, it's 1-0 to Jeremy, who is going to join me for all 7 episodes of Inferno, and I hope that you will too. And that I can manage to keep you interested throughout 7 episodes, and that I don't become too much of a bore. It's actually getting quite warm in here, because, well, things are hotting up. We're getting closer to the center of Inferno because we're on episode 2. Jeremy Radick, who I have never met, is attacking this podcast format with gusto. So I'm as excited to see what he has to say about each episode because he's having fun with it. I've never met him. Isn't that lovely that I considered just through his energy and wit coming through my screen and the brief conflabs that we've had, I consider I have a friend across the halfway in a different part of the world, united by the fact we both like the same thing. And he's exhibited lots of traits that I very much warm to. So this is part of the joy of doing this is not just the watching of the stories, I hope, but I hope you get to encounter people and personalities who are warm and engaging and likeable and revel in a joy of a thing that you like too. And I hope one of the things you like is Inferno. We're about to watch episode 2, and I'm about to press play. I've got it paused in between episodes on the Inferno DVD, the special edition, I think, which has a rather exciting documentary about the Havoc stunt team on it. Which I might talk about at some point. But let us press play, or whatever we're going to press, in 3, 2, 1, go. So, Inferno. Last week, or last episode, I chose Douglas Camfield, the brilliant director who's only fully responsible for episodes 1 and 2. His influence is felt for the rest of it, and of course he does all the film sequences. But he fell ill. He had a weak heart. But Jeremy chose what we're about to see now, which is the title cards. And this... Oh, I did know the name of the guy. This is quite famous volcanic sequencing. And you used to see it quite a lot in school programs about volcanoes, because volcanoes were a thing. And this stuff, so some of this footage is also watched. Giles Kent and the Doctor are watching Inferno when they're padding out episode 3 of The Enemy of the World. But it is part of Season 7's crusade to have different titles, because Spearhead from Space has the normal titles, but the title of the episode zooms in. Doctor Who and the Silurians is as per normal without the zoom, but it does say Doctor Who and the Silurians. Ambassadors of Death, of course, has the best opening titles ever, in that the title attacks you and shoots you, and then Inferno has this, and great choice. Titles are a good choice. I love the sound. I love the dribble. And actually, he's not a green man. He's sort of slightly blue, and this is a real improvement on how I'd watched as a kid, because you can see the individual hairs and that slightly blue makeup, and I think that really works, and the addition of saliva helps. I love the way that Derek Ware as Private Wyatt sort of comes into the foreground and, does this signal for them. He's not a character that we know, but he convinces as a military type. Douglas Camfield was so good at keeping the action real, and having stuntmen and people like Derek Ware here who's comfortable with the action sort of side of things. Again, it just seems to me, as with Professor Stallman, that side of things is done slightly more realistically than Doctor Who sometimes does, and I can't necessarily always put my finger on why, and look at the framing of that with Christopher Benjamin in the background out of focus, and the sharp focus on the profile of Olaf Pulius Stallman, and it's very, very well shot. This is why I chose Douglas Camfield as the director, because he does make a difference, and I love this stuff about the fact that the mutating humans make everything hot. That gives it an extra sort of primal danger, and an extra sort of danger, suddenly everything gets turned hot. And I love the scorch marks on the back of the wall. And last episode we had the wrench that was red hot, and there's something sort of that bubbling energy from the core of the earth that, again, because I think it ties in with something that is old, because, you know, it's something that's as old as the Earth itself. That gives it a slight element of horror added to the sci-fi. I didn't realise that. I only discovered relatively recently that the film shots of the pipes are actually models. Well, they meld seamlessly with the sets, and that's very, very impressive. I thought maybe they were just on film to get some bubbling stuff and a bit of heat, but actually they're model shots by Ian Scoons, so that's really impressive. And all the characters here are very, very well drawn. As Jeremy said in his thing that he didn't choose, was that the different characters' attitudes to the drilling really help with the drama, because everybody has a slightly different dramatic impetus, and Sir Keith has the fact that sort of Whitehall is sort of pulling him back because he's got to be seen to do things properly, but he is quite a gentle figure who also has to be a bit diplomatic, so he's got those things pulling him. Sutton hasn't got any loyalty to anybody, but he knows how these things work, and he's, you know, hard bitten. So the fact that he might feel a little bit, and he's seen it all, so anything that worries and upsets him is, you know, danger. Petra, you know, she's got her loyalty to Professor Stallman, but, you know, she's not daft, so she's torn between, and she likes Greg, so she's torn between all of that. And then you've got Stallman, who, you know, in his view, the project is really important, has to be seen through. So that's excellent. I love this. I love the way that Derek Ware, who was a stuntman, yes, and he founded the Havoc Stunt Agency, but he was a rather trained actor, and I think that does make a difference. And I love the way he's sort of slightly mouthing there. He's slightly, I love what that distant look that he has, and I love what he's doing with his mouth and the twitching. And this sequence here between the Brigadier and the Doctor is great, because in a lot of circumstances, this is a piece of dialogue that would be done over a desk in a studio. But because, I don't know if it had always been planned like this, but they've got the height of the complex, and they've got this, it's very simple, stock sound, I think from, is this one of Delia Derbyshire's, but it's, you know, this is not specially composed music, but it's barely music, but just that throbbing away in the background, and the mention of Krakatoa again, anything that, and I remember being a kid, Krakatoa was this, I didn't even know really what it was, apart from it was a volcano that exploded and there'd been some disaster there. But I remember my brother speaking of it as though it was this, oh god, yeah, Krakatoa. So any mention of that was sort of gave things something a bit of added welly. And volcanoes, lava, burning, hot, bubbling, when nature itself was something that could be dangerous, that brings with it an extra dimension as well. But yeah, just these scenes, instead of that being Benton walking into an office and calling the Brigadier out, you've got all of that extra stuff. And Pertwee looks at home here, which is interesting because Derek Ware, who plays Private Wyatt, was one of the first Doctor Who people I met. He was a stuntman at the Ludlow Festival doing the swords. When my brother was played one of the only bit of acting he ever did, but then I worked with Derek because my brother is older than me, because Derek returned with the company. It was a professional company doing Shakespeare, and Derek returned to do the fights many times. So he was the first Doctor Who person I met, because I met him very briefly, and so excited when I discovered he was a Doctor Who person, and that then I discovered he'd been in the first ever Doctor Who. But then he was talking about the falls and all of this here. He said, the real brave person with this, look at Pertwee, great, again, he goes, I'm not going to walk down the ladders, I'll slide down the banisters. Real man of action. And the fact that Derek is so nimble because he's a stuntman and a physical man, and he's got dribble as well, and that makeup's great, and they've done good work with the hair. But because he's so nimble, the way he was standing there, gives an extra dimension and an extra sort of actioniness to this actually quite hazardous environment that they're on. All these brilliant shapes that give the camera so much to deal with, but you're really helped if you've got brave, nimble men who can clamber about them as Derek did there to make it seems so natural. But that's not easy. But I know Derek, said that Pertwee was absolutely terrified of heights, and so the fact that he comports himself with such elan over those railings and griddings and all of that is a real testament to Pertwee as leading man, as action hero, as brave actor. There is the story that Alan Chunce and Terry Walsh sort of calmly walked him around the top of the gasometer and chatted to him amiably in order to make him feel safe. And I know the kinship that Pertwee had and the way that he, the dynamic he had with those stunt guys, I think is important to this period of the show, which is why it was nice to become an honorary member of Havoc when I jumped off an 18-foot erection on the special edition for this, which it looks okay on the documentary, but I don't think it looks as high as it looks when you're on it. 18-foot may not, and one review actually said, "Oh yeah, the documentary is funny because you see this guy getting scared of not jumping off a great height." That wasn't the point the documentary was making. The documentary was making the point that actually it's quite scary for somebody who's never done a stunt before to jump off an 18-foot thing. That was the. If you think, "Oh, it's funny that man was scared," and it was just a small jump, I suggest you give it a go, because it was. And I wish I'd done the stunt fall better, because when you fall, you're supposed to tuck your head under, and that makes you do a somersault. But I just felt if I tucked my head under, my head would hit the panel I was jumping, the thing I was, the platform I was falling off. And I just imagined cracking my head and breaking my neck. So I sort of twist rather and then fall through the mattresses, which gave us a moment. But that was Chris Chapman. It's called Hadoke versus Havoc. Chris Chapman directed it and conceived it. And I got some of the Havoc boys back together, including Derek Ware, who I sort of see as my first Doctor Who person. And in fact, I suggested him to be on the commentary for The Mind of Evil, even though it turned out he didn't work on The Mind of Evil. But it meant he then was involved in the DVD range, and I'm pleased. And he was a nice man, Derek, and I was sad when he passed away, because he was always somebody that wrote letters back, and he was quite an erudite guy. Actually, you think of stuntmen as being quite prosaic, but Derek was very much. He knew his Shakespeare. He was a man of the theatre. He had a fund of stories. He was a bit disappointed in some ways about the way that sometimes stunts were not taken as seriously as they might be, and I know he used to get very annoyed when I remember Brian Blessed did some fight arranging on a pantomime or a play or something. I think it may have been a Three Musketeers, and Derek was sort of going, "Look, come on, Brian Blessed's an actor, and that's doing stunt people out of work." And but I know another actor who, when I said something about Derek Ware being a bit disappointed, said, "Oh, Derek Ware was always disappointed." So it depends who you are, I guess. But I certainly I liked Derek very much, and I think that the work of Havoc benefits the series. This is quite sort of hokey and the mad scientist doing the mad thing, but the way that it's done and the way that Olaf Pooley plays it sells it more, and because he's been tapping his pad earlier, I think, and the way that he this sort of hand business that he has is I don't know, it's consistent. It's consistent with his characterization, so it doesn't feel like, "Oh, silly man's touched the thing." It's now, has something. I don't know. It just, again, I can't quite put my finger on what it is about Olaf Pooley, but it's a cut above. And it's interesting because he wasn't really a sort of. I mean, the Pertwee era doesn't have a big name actor policy anyway. I mean, the Troughton era and the Hartnell era used a lot of film stars, and film actors. But the 70s, we often think of Doctor Who as having sort of big names in it, but that was sort of the 60s and the 80s. The 70s, much less so. What it does instead is it fills its cast with estimable character actors. and spends its money on helicopters and people falling off ladders. And I don't necessarily think it suffers as a result of that. I would always invoke Doctor Who's ability to attract brilliant actors as one of its strong points. But actually, this country has a lot of brilliant actors who aren't employed enough. And perhaps the 70s policy was slightly more egalitarian and even perhaps a better use of resources, because you can get as good a performance out of a Bernard Kay or an Olaf Pooley or a John Abernethy or a John Ringham as you can out of and in fact more so I think than some of the showier actors sometimes in Doctor Who. But anyway, yeah. And Camfield also directs actors very well. He somehow keeps up the intensity and the believability in a way that Doctor Who doesn't always go for, and sometimes it deliberately doesn't always go for it because it wants a certain archness or it wants a certain colour. And certainly the government official types who appear in the Pertwee era subsequent to season 7 are a bit more sort of jolly hockey sticks and a bit more pompous and a bit sillier. And that's a deliberate sort of dialing up of the colour, if you like. But I like this. I've always carried a certain amount of shame for being a Doctor Who fan, because when I was growing up, it wasn't, or in my formative years, it was a bit of a national joke. So when there were bits I thought I could show a normal person, and now, and look, a black female extra at the back there, who is Corinne Skinner Carter, who was a regular in EastEnders for years and has had an amazing career. But there she is, being a background artiste. But she's had loads of really important work over the years. And but I don't think that she and the guy are background artists in the Warp 2. I'm so glad they don't call it the Warp, the parallel world. It was always, when it was written up, that the parallel world, but in the script and in the production documentation, it's all Warp 2. I'm glad it's not called. I'm glad it's not called that in this anywhere ever. But I'm sure they're not extras. So is that a subtle, nod to the fact that the state is somewhat more fascistic, in that, there are no black people among the staff. Interesting. This is great. Again, I love that sort of clenched fist fury thing that he's got going on, and the way that he opened the drawers. It's a good face off, and I like the little plot with the micro key, because it feeds into what's happening. It's a useful way to tie in the plot with what's going on in Warp 2, in the parallel universe. I'm presuming Venusians therefore have a fairly similar bodily makeup to humans, in order that their karate can work on us. I quite like. I don't have a problem with Venusian karate. I think it's quite fun, and I think it's the straightness with which Pertwee plays it. There's no idea that. What's amazing about Pertwee is he does the karate stuff that I think somebody that didn't take themselves too seriously might do with a bit of a twinkle. And he dresses the way that he does completely seriously. Now, Pertwee does have a twinkle, and Pertwee is very funny. He's a comedian. But I think the action stuff and the karate stuff and his dress sense, he's deadly serious about. And that is what makes it sort of charming, is that the bits that he does that most people would be a bit self-conscious about, he's like, no, I do karate and I wear velvet. His comedy comes from elsewhere. I mean, he's good at pricking his own pomposity, I think, Pertwee. But he's a unique specimen, and that's why he's a great Doctor Who. And again, I think the fact that we associate him with Doctor Who so much, sort of, and because Tom Baker is Doctor Who and is has much more of an alien quality than Pertwee does. I think Pertwee sometimes suffers in comparison, which is a shame because it was a really bold move for him. It was a really smart piece of casting. And he's great. I mean, he is Doctor Who. He's an earthbound Doctor Who. But then, of course, when he's on alien planets, I love the way that, he's very good at the formality of a royal court or whatever. He's a bit of an arse licker, actually. But I quite like that because it makes him... It gives... it means that he's a chameleon who can sort of... who has learnt how to show respect to lots of different alien cultures. I like that. And again, that might make him seem like a bit of an arse licker on Earth, but actually... he's not, because he's got absolute contempt for all the government idiots. But as I say, yes, and he mentions the royal family in the next episode, doesn't he? You suspect he would be absolutely at home at Buckingham Palace, or at the MCC or whatever. But that's okay. And I like the way he manipulates, because it's actually quite dishonest. The Third Doctor, he's a bit naughty. But no, Pert was so good. He's so good. He is Doctor Who. I'm never sure how I feel about the TARDIS console just being taken out of the TARDIS. And I like that little curtsy Liz Shaw does there. I'm never quite... How did the Doctor get the console out of the TARDIS? Why isn't it in the TARDIS? I'm not sure we think about it. It's one of the many things in Doctor Who where that happened. It undeniably happened because it's in Ambassadors of Death as well. But nobody ever really talks about because it doesn't really count with the... Didn't the Doctor take the console out of the... No, file under the bit in the War Machines where they call him Doctor Who. It's just... Let's just not talk about that. But this is great because it's not the most dramatic of episode endings. But what they've done is, of course, they've started with the Doctor being dishonest with Liz to get her out of the way, and then they've got the Brigadier realising this. It's a very simple thing. Oh, he couldn't use the computer. But it's a great way of sort of adding to the tension, giving them something to ponder on and worry about. And, of course, he's doing the thing. And he's annoyed Stahlman. So, of course, Stahlman is going to get is going to cut off the energy, but that's all been seeded because of the dynamic that they've had. So even though I don't think it's the most dramatic episode ending, because we don't really realise the consequences of this until afterwards, I still think they build it up enough that it does actually have enough welly for somebody that's not seen it before. Whereas I think me as a season fan, I go, well, yeah, this is just getting us to the exciting bit next week. But actually watching it there, I think that's set up enough drama there, even though he smiles before he vanishes. But I suppose people would be expecting him to just reappear again next week, as he did when he did the test drive before. Very good. Very, 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 very good. Action by Havoc. Honorary member. Len Hutton also did the visual effects on Fury from the Deep. He died quite a long time ago now. Right. Let's pause that. Paused in the blackness. So, I think my second thing, because it was so... And I think because Camfield or whoever, somebody decided that scene between the Doctor and the Brigadier should be on the gantries, really throws up how important that setting is, the Bury and Wiggins plant. And it is another character within the drama, and it makes me sort of fondly think about Quatermass 2 as well, which is a piece of drama very close to my heart that is also set in a big industrial complex. And that was enough back in the day when things and images and things outside your own experience weren't as readily available for you to see. A big industrial complex on the telly is, it looks pretty impressive. It's like an alien environment if you don't work in one. And certainly in terms of in Doctor Who, it gives the reality. I mean, just the noise of the clanging metal and all of that. But I think there also we got the height and the stuntmen on it as well. As I talked about Derek Ware, hanging about with his rifle over his shoulder. I thought that was a terrific image. And then he jumps and he falls, and then you got the shot of the body through the stuff. You imagine it sort of thunked on a couple of bits as it went down. Oh, and I love the scream as Private Wyatt falls as well. So I'm going to say the location. My favourite thing about episode 2, but it's a thing for the whole story. So I may be laying little traps for Jeremy Radick. I don't know why I said that like that. So the location, the Berry and Wiggins plant that is the industrial complex, is my star of episode 2. Just trying to think now if there's anything really obvious I haven't chosen. Nope. Let's go for it. Jeremy!
Wow. So it's another absolute banger of an episode. Man, just cracking along. So what is it that I love about episode 2? Well, I have to say it's probably the direction of the location scenes. So I'm pretty sure that Douglas Camfield was still directed all the location stuff on Inferno before he fell ill, and Barry Letts took over. I love, in this episode particularly, all the location scene stuff. I love there's a really great scene between the brig and the doctor on top of that weird refinery thing. And I mean, I don't know what it's doing there or what its purpose is, but it's a great excuse to get him up there, and they talk about it. And it's a really tense scene where they're talking about it, and the doctor has that great line about Krakatoa and just kind of ratchets everything up, and it keeps the tension going. And then immediately following that, there's a great action sequence, which is super cool. I mean, there's a fall in the next episode, which is, of course, justly lauded, but I also really love all the stuff up there in this episode too. And so probably that sort of vibrant, energetic, kinetic, action stuff that Camfield was so good at. So I love that about this episode. So that's my favorite thing. Now hopefully I can keep filming this because I'm getting a lot of weird power fluctuations in my house. I think that's the scientists in the backyard who are drilling kind of cut into my power line, and it's kind of fluctuating a lot. So we're going to try and do a workaround. They were very apologetic. So they're going to let me hook up to their nuclear power source, which is really experimental, but they say it's no problem. They can hook my house right up to it. And I just really hope that nothing happens. What could possibly go wrong? It's just a, completely experimental, unlicensed nuclear power source being hooked up to a standard residential home. But I don't foresee any problems happening. But hopefully it all goes well. Fingers crossed. And I'll be back here for episode 3. So talk to you soon. See if you can figure out what my favorite thing on that one is.
I still love him. Well, I hope nothing goes wrong when he hooks up the nuclear power to his residential home, and that he's fine in episode 3. I love the fact he's doing this. If you're out there listening and you've yet to record your contribution, I've got lots of special guests waiting in the wings to Happy Times and Places. I expect you to record a mini drama based on the story itself as an homage to the approach of Jeremy. No, I don't. You do it. You respond to it however you so choose. That's the beauty of this. Everybody has done it in different ways, and it shows that not all Doctor Who fans are the same, and that we all express ourselves differently, but hopefully with a zest for fun and life and entertainment, and a love of this very silly program. But as Jeremy pointed out, can be very, very tense, particularly this story, Inferno. Although I'm not feeling too tense because I am claiming that he did the sort of synthesis of the location and Camfield. So it's actually my two things, but only 1 point available per episode. So I think I get a point this episode. So it's even Stevens. It's 1 point each to myself and to Jeremy Radick. So let's see if I can continue. It's not a winning streak, is it? If I can capitalize upon my single point next time when we go to episode 3 of Inferno, as it is known in the illustrious history of Doctor Who, the eye patch episode. So I'm gonna go now, and then I'm gonna turn around and see what you're all wearing in the next installment. But I'm thoroughly enjoying this. It's a tip-top piece of Doctor Who, Inferno. We haven't even got to the bits of the story that people really talk about, which is when, the apocalypse is unleashed on an alternative Earth. That's still to happen, but hey, the journey's still pretty tense and exciting, and, this is top-drawer Doctor Who even before it's got to the bits that, even before the bits that write the headlines. Well, welcome back. It's episode 3 of Inferno. I'm so excited. I actually just pressed play and then went, oh no, I need to do an introduction. Jeremy Radick, who starred in the Doctor Who TV movie. Somebody who's been in Doctor Who. This is never going to fail to thrill me that my life intersects with those of people who are made up of stardust. They are part of, even if a small part, they are part of Doctor Who's DNA. Nobody will ever take that away. And it thrills me when people who have that accolade next to their name would even respond to a summons from me. So I'm so delighted that Jeremy has done so, and has done so brilliantly. I almost took a break and went and tried to see if I could find an eye patch, or at least change my cravat for a tie like Greg Sutton's about to do. But in the end, I actually was supposed to do a bit less work on my podcasts and stuff today, but I need to put something out. So I thought, well, I'll just do a quick trailer for what's coming up, and that took me all day. So I'm tired, and I didn't want to add to that by changing costume for what is largely an audio thing. Although if you are listening to the audio version, some months later down the line, a video version will appear. If you're watching the video version, that's what this is. So look, it's episode 3. It's where Inferno starts to do the things that everybody talks about. So we've had a great time so far. So I can imagine things can only get better. And of course, in Doctor Who terms, that means worse. So press play in 3, 2, 1, now. So I'm watching on the special edition DVD, which looks better than Inferno ever has. I suspect if it goes onto Blu-ray, they might even make it look even better, because they seem to consistently come up with ways of improving the pictures. But I have to say, you could see sort of streaks of colour, and also there is a slight sort of blurriness to the movement and to the picture makeup that betrays its origins, that gives it a slightly different look. This stock footage from what was the guy called? I can't remember. I did know this once. The beautiful lava footage. Isn't lava amazing? It looks absolutely fantastic. But of course, it's boiling and it moves and it's like liquid fire. So it's great for science fiction. And it's wonderful for Doctor Who. So Doctor Who is on film there as he takes the console and conveniently Bessie, and this is where, of course, it's become a great staple of sci-fi now, where that if you have especially if you have something that has an ensemble of characters and 7 seasons, you got to do a couple of episodes where the actors get to play leather-clad lesbian versions of themselves. That's generally the thing, isn't it? And where the actors get to have a little bit of fun. I would say the actors don't particularly have fun here, because they play it deadly straight, and this doesn't have the same vibe as it might do for an American show like when Buffy and Deep Space Nine do it, which they do very, very effectively. Although with the obligatory leather and sapphic quotient. but as we will see, although this actually a lot of this episode, it's interesting. I remember when I first saw this that it takes a while for the Doctor to realise, which again, coming in as a fan, when one knew that the main headline with Inferno was it's got the alternative world version, I was slightly impatient with it because I was wanting to see what that was like. But of course, in terms of when you're setting it up as part of the story, you do want, because the audience don't know what's happened. The Doctor has made an allusion to the fact that he'd done the time warp, but we don't know that one of these alternative worlds is a fascist state, etc., etc., and that is sort of seeded in very subtly. Yes, and Sir Keith's quite an important character. He's so nice, isn't he, Christopher Benjamin? He has such a gentle nature. And this is when the series is being slightly nicer towards people from the government. I mean, we're only one story away from Brown Rose, 3 away from Chin, and government officials get increasingly stupider and more broadly played as the series, as the Pertwee era continues. His hair gets more bouffant, and his dealings with ministers involves more affront as time goes on. But Sir Keith is nice, and I hadn't really sort of considered him much as a character because my first experience of Inferno was a Doctor Who episode guide in an old copy of Doctor Who magazine. Ah, yes, the Doctor has travelled to an alternative universe via the medium of the disco ball. Let's all meet up in an alternative universe. So I'd only read, I'd read the episode endings because in Doctor Who magazine, it either had the archives, which was a full sort of description of what happened in the story, which was exciting enough. I didn't get Doctor Who magazine very often, and I occasionally inherited or found copies. Or people who were chucking them out. Friends of mum at work say, we're chucking this out, do you want one? So I'd got very, very odd copies, and some of them were very yellowed and old, and it's clearly been through the wars and past owners. And I did have the one that had season 7 in it. And I remember sort of, the brigade leader featuring quite heavily, but he wasn't in the cast list. And of course, because I was so young when I was reading a lot of this stuff, I didn't really know what it meant. So I didn't actually know necessarily about the alternative universe element of it. I was quite confused because I think there's a bit where Benton threatens to shoot the Doctor. But that was my first experience. Now, the picture on the wall, unity is strength, is Jack Kine, head of the BBC Visual Effects Department. That is a bit of an in-joke. Jack Kine was actually a very nice man. I wrote to him about Quatermass. It was forwarded to him by the BBC Visual Effects Department, who, in fact, Matt Irvin of the BBC Visual Effects Department rang me up to say that they were going to forward it because I wrote care of, and told me about his thoughts and involvement with Quatermass. It's a testament to how brilliant Matt is. I was at school, by the way. I just got in from school when I got this phone call, and I spoke to Matt Irvin off of TV's Doctor Who and Swap Shop talking about TV's Doctor Who. And I wrote to Jack, and he sent me a tape with his memories of working on Quatermass. What a nice man. And he said some very encouraging words that I will always treasure. I like the logo for... it's obviously a sort of play on the swastika, although it does make me worry about road signs in the alternative Earth, because the fascist logo is 3 arrows pointing in different directions. So, I mean, how do you know when you're heading somewhere if that's just, a patriotic stamp or an actual direction? So I would say their graphic designers have perhaps need to get back to the drawing board and use a few less directions in their fascistic emojiing. So this is cheery Private Latimer, played by the cheerful-faced David Simeon, who was in episode 1, which we're expected to remember. And I love that about Doctor Who of this period, that we we remember things 3 weeks later. Now you'd have had a whole pre-title sequence showing pretty much all of his stuff as being important in order for it to resonate this week. Anyway, times a change. Is this the bit where Alan Chun's, the stuntman, I think gets hit by Bessie and was taken to hospital because he got hit by Bessie going at 35 miles an hour? And I think the story Chris Doyley John, production assistant, told was that if it wasn't him that told it, it was John Pertwee that told it, that Chunzi was sort of like, don't tell my wife. And also insisted on coming back to work because he didn't want Pertwee to feel bad for having hurt him. I love the stunt boys. I never met Chunzi. He looked like Charles Aznavour. He's the chauffeur in Seeds of Doom. Gets the odd speaking part. This is Roy Scammell. You can tell from his trademark blonde hair and the fact that he's going to fall off this. Roy Scammell falls off things. Even, I mean, when we did that documentary, he was 82 and he fell off something that I then had to fall off. But yeah, these stunt guys are really worth their weight in gold because they just bring added value to every shot that they're in, and adds to the credibility having guys that are comfortable with all the physical stuff and all the charging about. Pardon me. I think it was Chris Doyley John's idea that John Pertwee hid in the bins as well, and I love that. Don't you love that? Don't you love that? That's just John Pertwee with a bin on his head. In fact, I don't think he's in a bin there, is he? I think that's a clever camera angle. Where yeah, so it's great because it gets the brilliant shot, but John doesn't have to get cabbage on his velvet. So this stuff is all great, and of course, yeah, I was impatient with it as a youth because since the Doctor Who magazine, I'd learnt about the alternative Earth. These angles are great, isn't it? Look at what this location affords you. Look at that. That's giddying, and if you don't like heights, that's a lot higher than the 18-foot I was on, and the 18-foot I was on was pretty scary. So yeah, I'm glad Jeremy and I both chose the location and the way that Camfield shoots it, because of course, yes, Camfield fell ill. Douglas Camfield, the director, fell ill. He had a heart condition. In fact, he died in 1984 at, I think, the age of about, I'm going to be terrified now, I think he might have been about 48, and I record this at the age of 47. God. And I feel like I've got a lot to do before my life is anywhere near complete. And of course, now I've always found the sort of, the fire extinguisher smoke of the movie Daleks rather comical, but we've established that these monsters are hot. So, of course, the coolness of a fire extinguisher is going to slow them down. So that's perfect. It gives you a visual. It's a cheap effect because it's just a fire extinguisher, but it's a cool-looking method of dispatch that makes absolute sense. Love the way that Derek Ware, again, it's the physicality that these guys have. I love the way that Derek, is not holding on to anything here. He does here as he slides down, but that's because he's leapt over it. And then he, staggers down this sort of incline, at the end of which is if your momentum carries you too much, you're going to hoik over that and fall off. I think this action stuff is so top draw. And Roy Scammell is the fall guy. So Roy Scammell is actually doubling for another stuntman because they cast us, and that's Roy Scammell. So Roy Scammell shoots himself because Roy is the fall guy. So he does the fall here, and that is a cracking stunt that I think got into the Guinness Book of Records. That's a great shot from underneath where you can see all the stuntmen. Terry Walsh, Billy Horrigan there, Derek Martin, later famous in EastEnders. Derek's a lovely, lovely fella. But that's a brilliant stunt. Got into the Guinness Book of Records, but Roy was the fall guy, and also, you do when an actor's playing a part, you wouldn't want them to do that fall anyway, because if the stuntman dies, you can still do the acting scenes with the actor if any need to be picked up, whereas you can't if the actor who's a stuntman dies. You have to be pragmatic in television. Now Liz's wig is different, isn't it, on location to the studio, and it's It's quite an alarming wig, that one. It's like she's borrowed it off a monoid. I have to say, I think she has and a bit of it's gone a bit skew-whiff. There's a bit sort of hanging out on the left-hand side. I think she has the better of it in the studio. But yeah, this is great because this is really intriguing stuff. Okay, why is Liz so severe and has different hair? I mean, Liz has always got different hair. We need to talk. Liz's hair changes more often than Quatermass's face, and they're both on television for the same amount of time. And this is the birth of one of the great Doctor Who anecdotes. Nicholas Courtney saying when turning around and everybody else in the scene is wearing eye patches, and of course, being the unflappable professional that he was, he carried on acting because that's what he'd do. I love Nicholas Courtney. I love him as the... I think we sometimes take Nicholas Courtney for granted. I was talking about Ian Fairbairn. Nicholas Courtney always made himself available to fans, but also because the Brigadier is so likeable, and there's a certain decency that both the Brigadier and Nicholas Courtney, and a certain unflappability and a certain charm, which means that there's a lot of similarities between the character and the actor who played him, who we all came to know and love. It's easy to forget that he's a very good actor, and actually perhaps more versatile than we would think, because he so often got, because of his voice and height and looks and association with the Brigadier, often got the same sorts of parts. He's so good in this, and I love that scar, and I love the fact that although Liz is the second lead, you know, the real kicker is actually the real difference in this alternative world. The big bad is actually the Brigadier, who's our dependable sidekick guy in because you need Liz to actually have that chink of humanity, and you know, she eventually becomes an ally with the Doctor. I love the fact that the Brigadier stays bad. Oh yes, and Jack Kine, being the big brother figure on the wall because he's head of the BBC Visual Effects Department, is also a nod to the fact that Jack Kine and his co-head and founder of the BBC Visual Effects Department, Bernard Wilkie, worked in 1954 on George Orwell's 1984 as adapted by Nigel Kneale and Rudolph Cartier, who had done the Quatermass serials on which Kine and Wilkie cut their teeth. And in that 1984, a BBC designer called Roy Oxley, his photo was used to play Big Brother. So that's a sort of nod to that as well. But Jack Kine was not a severe dictator kind of guy. He was a chucklesome, witty fellow. And I have, as I say, a tape recording. Some of that was used on the commentary for the Quatermass and the Blu-ray, where his character shines through. What a nice man he was, and very helpful. And he said some words to me, as I say, that I will not forget, because I was a kid, I was a teenager, and I think he sensed that, but he didn't come out and say it so much. But he said some words that when I was living out in the countryside in the middle of nowhere, and television and all of that seemed like a million miles away, and I, you know, felt I didn't have what it took to get me anywhere, really. You know, all I had were my dreams. He sort of told me they were achievable, and that meant a lot coming from somebody whose name had touched the credits of Doctor Who. Do you know what I mean? I've been very lucky like that. People are kind. We mustn't forget that. People are kind. And if you know, if you can be a positive impact on somebody's life, it really does make much more of an impression than if you're a negative one. So I guess the message is, don't be the Warp 2 version of yourself. Be the Warp 1 version of yourself. Because we all have. I mean, me too. We all have our dark sides, and we all can sometimes let the worst aspects of our personalities dictate our behaviour. Now, what's interesting is this isn't really overtly saying this so much. It just goes, this is a great wheeze. Let's have this as the storyline. Let's have everything a bit different. but it's a brilliant addition to the story. But it also, I think, does have a sort of profound underlying message, which, again, to its credit, it doesn't really sort of wag its finger at us too much about it. But it does, as I'm talking about it, I'm thinking about, how under different circumstances the worst of us are brought out. But actually what I love about Greg in particular is that, and he's not flawless, as established in episode 1, he can be a bit of a Burke. His innate goodness, his gutsy bravery shines through on both sides of the warp. I'm going to say the warp more about Inferno than I've never said it before. But I remember that, in the paperwork and stuff, the extras are for warp 1 and warp 2 and blah 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 blah. That noise is brilliant. Again, that's just so simple as something, because this is about the Earth screaming, isn't it? And the soundtrack screams, and there's that wonderful line later, isn't it? That's the sound of this planet screaming out its rage. And again, that's about stuff that is bubbling under the surface, that is an energy, but energy that can be, again, transformed into either good or bad. The transformation of the Earth's, the boiling energy inside the Earth into something sort of primal and dangerous and best left undisturbed is thrilling stuff. And again, there's something quite Quatermassey and Nigel Neely about all of the stories in season 7. And Nigel Neal's work is sometimes at its best when it thinks about things from the past that are buried and yet somehow still contain their power. And this is all about going too deep and disturbing things best left buried, because we bury dead things, but we're scared of dead things now. Real dead things are, of course, dead, and we bury them for hygiene purposes. But I guess the folklore is invented to go, no, bury them deep so that we don't get the diseases that come with a decaying corpse. But the folklore goes, no, bury them because death is scary and spooky, and we need to keep spirits down, which is a way of encouraging us to be hygienic, essentially, is the bottom line. But isn't it fascinating that we create scary stories around it? And there's a few religious things that are actually purely about practicality. He's got a real. This is a great line. Then you won't feel the bullets when we shoot you. That's funny, and he pitches it just right. It's a brilliant scar, though, when you look at it. It's a really simple but effective piece of makeup. And the subtle... I really like the costumes that the RSF guys have as well. There's always something about, Nazi versions of things that we like, that we're sort of drawn to in drama, isn't there? I don't know why that is. And as that brilliant Mitchell and Webb sketch has, the baddies always have the sexiest costumes. But isn't this a brilliant? And we get to learn about this world, with Central Records, and actually that's the good thing about the story on both sides of the warp, is that Sir Keith Gold is having to answer to stuff that's going on in Whitehall, although it's a very contained and tense story set within this particular environment. The outside world is brought into play. We get the bigger picture, which of course we need to invoke, because the consequences of this story are not just to the people in the base. As a lot of Doctor Who stories, it's about that immediate environment getting breached by whatever is outside trying to get in. This is actually the opposite. It's what this unleashes will destroy the world. It still seems to me quite Camfield, camera setups. I'm not a great fan of Barry Letts's direction, which I find a little bit insipid. Actually, less so in the stories he doesn't produce. I actually quite like the direction of Android Invasion and Enemy of the World. I also sympathise with Derek Newick because he had a weak R, as I still have. It's I either disguise it or I've learnt to get rid of it. But for as a teenager, I thought I would never be able to be an actor because I regaled people with rough sounds like Rick from The Young Ones. I like that piece of Aikido. I think that the Doctor going, come and do the joke, and Benton putting his gun down is a bit hokey. I think it's a bit too cozy and lets the side down. That I think it would have probably benefited from a bit more caution and a bit less chumminess, because it dilutes the threat slightly. But it's a bit of fun, and Doctor Who should be fun. And you know, it's not like this is a story that is glib and light-hearted most of the time. In fact, the way that the extras milling about, running about, the sound. I mean, Newark is so good at keeping the tension up and the panic. He's got a blistering presence and an authentic. I mean, he'd been a serving soldier in North Africa, so he knew about. He was authentic. And I love this. Oh, there's Keith Ashley, a perennial extra who gets a credit as a Zygon. He's one of the 2 Zygons in Terror of the Zygons. I think that might be his only credit in Doctor Who. Oh, no, he's a Dalek in Destiny, but he's a perennial extra. Everybody liked Keith Ashley, and he was alive till about 10 years ago, and nobody interviewed him. I'd have been on him like a shot if I'd had the wherewithal. He's probably been dead longer than 10 years, 15. But yeah, Keith Ashley you can spot. He's an android invasion as well. He's the android that they've taken out of the capsule that starts throttling Sarah at one point. Anyway, I'm getting distracted by an extra. I mean, again, that wasn't. I remember reading that in the episode guide and thinking, that's not much of a cliffhanger. It's a great cliffhanger because it's lovely Sergeant Benton threatening to shoot the Doctor, and it's not just I'll shoot you now, it's also, and if I don't shoot you now, I'll take you outside, because there's a firing squad waiting for firing. There's something visceral and horrible about firing squads, and we were quite familiar with those as dramatic devices, but also as things that occurred in relatively recent history, with during the Second World War there was a lot of death by firing squad, so there were pictures or they were used in drama, and it's quite a grim thing, a firing squad. Well, of course that sounds like such a glib thing to say, but I just mean everything that goes with it, the visual and the what it is and what it stands for, but the fact that it wasn't unfamiliar as a visual, but you knew that it was rooted in reality, and that's what makes it sort of more frightening. That's a great episode, isn't it? What am I going to choose as my thing? Can I choose John Pertwee with the pin on his head? I can't. I think I'm going to choose... Well, I've got to choose the Alternative Earth storyline at some point. I've got to choose the eye patch story, or have I? I'm fond of the eye patch, because the eye patch story was... Or am I fond of it? Because there's a certain chumminess about us Doctor Who fans with our heroes that I'm not sure I approve of. I'm not sure. I'm so pleased I've met so many of my heroes, and in fact now call some people that have been in Doctor Who, friends of mine. I mean, I still can't quite get over that. I got an email from one the other day who said, you don't need to apologise for emailing me. I consider you a friend. And you go, oh, I don't like that. I actually think I slightly prefer to be slightly detached. I like a bit of magic. I like to deify people. I don't want people to be ordinary. I want them to be gods and monsters. But why I say that? Because the eye patch story is, when I think fans got a bit chummy with our heroes going, oh, it's brilliant, Nicholas Courtney doing the eye patch story. And I'm not sure I like that. So actually, but I cherish the eye patch story and the fact that such a nice man, Nicholas Courtney, told it and then knew it had become a bit of a cliche, and so was then very self-effacing about it. And all of that sort of helps to keep something alive that's a piece of television from 50 years ago. The fact that it sort of rumbles through the ages because it has a life beyond its existence as something that was on 7 Saturdays in a row several years ago. So it is part of the fabric of the wonderful world of Doctor Who. So yes, I vacillate with the eye patch story. for the reasons I've just outlined. I won't repeat myself. I'll break the habit of a lifetime. I think I summed that up enough. The alternative Earth. Now, I feel I should choose that now because I think Jeremy might choose it. But I feel I need to nod to the Havoc boys because of that stunt of Roy Scammell's there and the fact that, they fill out this era of the show. But I think they work particularly well with Douglas Camfield. I think their strengths intertwine. But they do give real added value to the Pertwee era. I think Jeremy might choose the alternative Earth. And am I being sentimental choosing the Havoc guys? Oh. I'm going to choose Havoc. The Havoc boys, because of what their stunts bring, and particularly because that stunt of that the gasometer, is a phenomenal piece of work. I also love the fact that Roy Scammell shoots himself, but also Derek Ware's contribution to what he does, on top of that thing so bravely too, and the fact that he makes it look so easy. God, yeah. And the fact that you see those faces dotted about Billy Horrigan and Terry Walsh and Derek Martin and all those guys. You can just have hours of fun watching 70s Doctor Who and seeing if you can identify the stuntmen. Well, you might not be able to. I like doing that. I like doing that more than I like doing exercise. Right, what is Jeremy's favourite thing?
Hello, I am Brigade Under Leader Radick, and this evening, a strange duplicate of myself appeared in my home in the midst of a experimental drilling project taking place in my backyard. This man kept blathering on about being from another world, and he was in the midst of recording something for a podcast video, it was unclear, called Happy Times and Places for someone named Toby, who I can only assume is some kind of spy. All he had on him was this video disc copy of an ancient television series called Doctor Who Inferno. And this man asked me to watch that video as evidence and record my thoughts on the episodes I saw, and I saw no reason not to humor him. To be honest, I was intrigued. Well, clearly the best thing about this particular episode are the duplicates of Elizabeth Shaw and the Brigadier. Those are clearly this gentleman's favorite things about that episode, and I would have to concur. Seeing these previously stalwart characters become twisted and evil, I'm doing air quotes for those of you listening and not viewing this video testimonial, evil, whatever that may be. The duplicate Jeremy seemed somewhat chilled at the line, "Then you won't feel the bullets when we shoot you." That seemed to him to be a rather horrifying and chilling line, well delivered. I thought it was a cool line, personally. Didn't see what the problem was. Anyway, yes, definitely my favorite things about the episode were the cool and definitely improved evil duplicates of those boring goody-goodies in the other world. Moving on, I will continue my report once we return with the subsequent episode. Thank you.
I'm falling more in love with Jeremy Radick as this goes on. For those of you listening, his contribution there began with him turning around in the chair, and he has a moustache and an eye patch and a Unity of Strength poster in the background. So there's a reason to come rushing to the video when it comes out a bit further down the line. I'm the stupidest man on this earth and any alternative iterations. Of course he was going to choose the alternative Earth or some aspect of it. To be fair, he chose the duplicates, but of course he was going to. So why did I not try and succeed. I always snatch victory from the jaws of my own defeat. Story of my life. But I'm trying not to care because this is only a podcast and it doesn't really matter. But I'm really annoyed with myself. But I mean, of all the episodes where the most likely thing to be chosen was screamingly obvious. In fact, I can't think of any other episode of Doctor Who that has a more obvious thing to choose as its best thing than the alternative Earth aspect of Inferno, which makes its debut in episode 3. I'm an absolute arse. So I've faltered in my I was going to say I've squandered my lead. I've squandered my tie, because that's as good as I can hope for. Which is ironic, because actually more people are wearing a tie in the alternative Earth, although they're not. No, I've done a Professor Stallman. I've got rid of my tie in order to... Well, I celebrated the Havoc boys, and there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you go for sentiment when you should use clear logic. And that means I'm very much part of, I think, the universe of episodes 1 and 2 in the reality that I inhabit. And perhaps in order to have chosen episode 3, I needed to have a shave, put on a tie, and live under a fascist regime, and then I would have chosen the alternative universe. So, listeners to the alternative universe version of this podcast, which is called Unhappy Places and Times, I'll probably have done better. I'll probably have done better in that version, but it's not the end of the world. Well, not in this universe. Yeah. So actually, the laugh's on you. God bless Jeremy Radick. I can't wait to see what he's got in store for episode 4. But for now, well, look. May you always have an eye patch story in your life, because sometimes the familiar is comforting. Well, hello everybody. I'm sure there's an alternative universe version of me who has managed to set up this recording session in minutes rather than in the several hours I always seem to end up taking. Anyway, without further ado, I want you to press play or unpress pause, depending on how you're doing this, on episode 4 of Inferno. So, as you might be able to tell from my introduction, because this is a new recording session, I stopped after episode 3, and some days have passed, and sadly in those days that have passed, Roy Scammell, who I eulogized amongst his Havoc mates, and I was berating myself for so doing, because Jeremy Radick, my special guest, had not chosen them for this particular episode, so I didn't get points for this silly piece of frippery that I'm doing. Roy Scammell at the age of 88, but I thought he'd make 100. Roy Scammell sadly passed away, so I've been spending the interim writing obits and doing a bit of research on Roy, who I knew. I actually phoned him not that long ago during the plague, because somebody wanted to write an article for Doctor Who magazine. I wanted to be put in touch, and I would never put somebody in touch without checking with them first. So I had a chat with Roy. So we'll no doubt talk about him, because, I'd like to say it's with some sort of apposite timing, because when I did the Robots of Death recently, I then had to add a thing saying, and since that was recorded, David Bailey has died. I did the 11th Hour, and since that was recorded, Arthur Cox died. And now this one, since this Roy Scammell has died. But as a friend of mine pointed out, if you watch programs from ages ago, people are going to die from them quite often, and so I'm reading nothing into it apart from the fact it's a sad fact of my life and our lives as fans of Doctor Who that our heroes depart from us. But haven't we been lucky to have had access to them and, you know, heard their stories? And Roy was great. Roy was not your typical stuntman. He was very softly spoken, very gentle, always sunbathing in his swimming trunks. In fact, to do a bit of research for Roy, I've written Roy's Guardian obituary. They asked me to chase up if I could find some photographs, and I have to say I did a bit of a Google, and he'd done some modelling for gym magazines. I don't think everybody who got those magazines was necessarily into the gym, and in those sessions he also did some where it was obviously a gym where underwear was seen as somewhat gauche. I mean, goodness me, I saw more than I bargained for. One of them, I'd have had your eye out. But anyway, so the things that one does when researching Doctor Who. Anyway, God bless you, Roy. He jumped off a crane at the age of 80. So here we are, in the Inferno. I love this dangerous world that John Pertwee finds himself in. And Olaf Pooley is such a convincing bad guy as Stallman. Ungrateful Nitwit is a great. It's a wonderful. Bert was very good at being sort of childish. Actually, he is by far the most sort of dignified and dandified Doctor. But Nitwit is such a childish thing. It would seem right for Patrick Troughton, but it's even more right for Pertwee because it's so sort of incongruous. Yes, when I was first read about this story, it was always the parallel world stuff was added as an afterthought, but it wasn't really. It was it may well have been that Don Horton had come with this drilling story and this was raised in conference to sort of sex it up, but it wasn't that they had scripts and then stuck 3 new episodes in the middle. It wasn't quite like that. But it does make this very special. And I have to have an eye on what the wonderful Jeremy Radick, who is my special guest, has chosen. I like the first glimmers of the Liz Shaw that we know. She's still very hard-faced, Caroline John, but she's just got a little glimmer of, what could have been. And I do like the idea, because sometimes when you have, mirror universe episodes, it is just so-and-so's actually bad. But what I think is much more interesting about this is that Liz obviously has this latent goodness within her, but she's working for a fascist security force. And would you? I sometimes find, certainly in discourse these days, where people yell at the past, as it were. You think, well, you've cast yourself as a hero in a story you're not actually in, and if you were there, what would you do? I think it's much more interesting not to look at heroes and villains, but what is within us all that civilization keeps in check. And I think that throws up interesting questions, as well as sort of having the fun of the story. And isn't Sutton just a hero? I like Sutton, and Sutton's the slightly unreconstructed, rough and tumble kind of guy, but he's the one who's actually most entrenched in his own decency. He's probably not, smart and saluty, and he's not lovey-dovey with Petra either. He's still quite sort of harsh and pragmatic with her, but it's an earthy pragmatism that's sort of entrenched in decency. Now, Terence Dix always used to do this story, the observation that John Pertwee's hair got more bouffant. He looks like a Bond villain here. Olaf Pooley Stallman with his never trust someone who wears sunglasses inside. I don't know who told me that. I don't know. Though I could think of a few Doctor Who people I quite like who've worn sunglasses inside. Paul Joyce, who who directed Warrior's Gate, I seem to recall wore tinted glasses. But he does look like he should be smoking a gulwar and drinking Nescafe on a chintz ocean liner, or playing Mastermind. And I haven't noticed that before. He's tapping his glasses there, sort of in the way that he tapped the notepad when he was Testy Stallman in our universe. And sometimes this can be a bit pony. Somebody clutches their heads and has an alien thing going on, but that harsh, intense drilling sound, I think, actually really makes it work. And this is great Douglas Camfield type stuff with these huge close-ups. This and the sweaty Pertwee with the light on him. This is, anyone that's sort of seen war films and that kind of thing would recognize this as being sort of relatively sort of grown up stuff. This is at the high end of on the adultometer in terms of what's allowable on Doctor Who. It's and Pertwee looks like he's really been through it. But yes, he's not particularly bouffant at all here, although he does have an impressive head of hair. But yes, Terence Dicks always used to delight in doing the story about John's hair gets more bouffant as he carries on. So I wonder if that's Pertwee settling more into himself, because I think actors do that when they. It's funny when you start to play a part. I've done this recently. You sort of try and remove yourself from it as much as possible. And I think that's a bit naughty sometimes, because that's a bit sort of, oh, look what I can do. And the best direction I ever had, actually, from somebody I'd never worked with before, was sort of like, don't. If you're a good actor, but you don't need to show us that. And I thought that was a salutary lesson of going, yeah, that's very true. Don't show you working. Because that's when you're just not being the person instead, but you're showing off a little bit. And this is great. This is all very sort of naturalistic for Doctor Who, sort of harsh. And Courtney's loving being mean, and that's what I mean about when you're an actor. Nicholas Courtney was the nicest man imaginable, and very straight and very decent, but he must have had a great time, and indeed he did, because he always talked of this story fondly. And indeed, this is the birth of the eye patch story, and I like this because instead of denying it, Stallman sort of calls the Doctor's bluff, but he's got bandages underneath, so he sort of has his cake and eats it there, really. But the lighting in this story is so good. It'll be interesting to watch, because it was always very much written up as, Camfield didn't like what Letts had done with this, and he would liked it to have been darker and more nightmarish. And I think when I first saw this, I assumed that, it was mostly Camfield and Letts just jumped in at the end. But actually, Barry Letts directed more of this than Douglas Camfield did. Really. Security is my responsibility. I like the way that he does that. He picks up on the word of his. Yeah, this is the Doctor. There's a good publicity photo of these two here. I actually sent that to Olaf Pooley. I sent it to his art gallery. I got an address for somewhere and sent some dollars to cover the postage, but I never got anything back. But then, I think I've mentioned before, some friends of mine doorstepped him and got a signed photo for me, so that was very nice. Thanks, Ben and Lee. I love Petra and Greg Sutton. Yeah, he's not got his cravat on in this universe. He's very much a tie man. Here is Roy There's Roy Scammell. Rest in peace, Roy. Bless you, mate. So Roy, how appropriate he gets credit on this episode. Not because funny because he doesn't get the credit for doing the fall last episode, does he? No. But he gets a couple of lines in studio here and gets picked up by the Prime by Bromley, doesn't he? And thrown. But yeah, Roy had his shocker blonde hair there. And I didn't realise he actually came from his dad was a part-time sort of model actor and stuntman, and his brother was a Shakespearean actor who worked in America, Terence Scammell. So he's, you sometimes imagine that all stuntmen are sort of hewn on the meat market at where Covent Garden or whatever it is, but actually Roy was from quite a sort of theatrical background, but he was an ice skater and he used to practice jumping barrels as an ice skater, and it was ice skating that got him a lot of his first sort of stunty sort of stuff. And he was told he had to do a fall on a film, and he did it, and he's slowly got the reputation of being the fall guy. He was as fit as a butcher's dog, he was. And I like the sort of the savagery of Benton, and John Levine does it well. John Levine, I mean, I am a big fan of Sergeant Benton, but it's good to see him being now they're doing the good cop bad cop, which I like the way she acknowledges it. But this is great because this is what the Doctor is doing here is he's trying to stop a countdown to the end of the world. And the brilliant thing is, as a viewer, you sort of know that the world's not going to end in Doctor Who set in. Excuse me, whenever Doctor Who is set. Don't get me started on the unit dating theory, and I don't mean that night out I had with Captain Yates. And I love the shooting of this and the light through the bars and lots of close-ups. Not afraid of close-ups, and they're great on this big screen that I'm watching on, but that would have been a real bonus on the smaller tellies of the time as well. I'm sure somebody wrote to Doctor Who magazine and asked about an episode ending they'd remembered, and it was this: the Doctor in a cell, and when he went to sleep, a horrible hand coming out from under a blanket, and of course they say, "Oh no, it's not an episode ending. It happened in Inferno." So there's a memory cheating for whoever that was. It could be that I've misremembered that thing in Doctor Who magazine. So I think somebody had remembered this and thought it had been an episode ending, which it hadn't. But it's a great moment, and it's a segue. It's a journey via disco ball back to a lovely close up. I think, isn't it right that Caroline John's hair is never the same in any of her Doctor Who stories? That shows. That shows you can be a scientist from Cambridge, but you still got time to experiment with your hair. I think Liz really works as a companion. I love Jo, and I could see why Barry Letts decided that having a scientist with the Doctor was not quite the correct dynamic, but and she was, I think applause to the show for having a go at doing that and stepping away from, I suppose, what we see now as the cliche. But I think that it's fine for the show to shake up the Doctor companion dynamics every now and again. And I think Pertwee works well with all of his co-stars. He's so reasonable, Sir Keith, and Stallman is such an arse. And that bowler hat, Sir Keith's got a bowler hat. That's a thing you don't see now, is it? Sort of bowler hatted either city gents or government ministers. And is the world a better place without them? I'm not sure that it is. And it's good because this is helping with the countdown thing, because Sir Keith going away, and we don't know yet that Stallman has tried to stall his progress. Sir Keith going away adds a little bit of jeopardy of Willie, and we don't see this, and you probably would now. You'd sort of cut away to a bit of Sir Keith's journey. The budget would be such that you could afford to follow Sir Keith's little subplot more so than that one scene in the car in a couple of episodes' time. 1 episode's time, yeah, next week. I love that shot of this shot of Sir Keith and Stallman in the foreground, and Liz and the Brigadier watching in the background. The framing slightly off there because Stallman's moved, but it's cracking setup there, and this the sound in the background is great. And of course, at the time, all of this stuff about, stuff that we take for, we've just had our electricity bill. It's going, blimey. But then actually, when you think about it, getting things like the power, a simple thing like that, because power cuts and all that sort of thing were, even when I was a kid, they were a big thing. And things that we take for granted, and power and things that we haven't sorted out, like litter and rubbish and waste. I think the fact that they all start to become concerns of Doctor Who at this time makes them really, really interesting. And one, I think it's laudable. I think Doctor Who's primary purpose has to be to entertain, but if it wants to tackle a subject, I think it's fantastic that it does so. Roy Scammell's getting a line. Roy didn't get many speakers. He falls off something in Ambassadors of Death, and he gets a credit there because it's brilliant, because you see him land, which is a great piece of direction. I'll talk about that when we do Ambassadors of Death. Another brilliant story. But Roy basically gets lifted there, which is a fairly straightforward but still a nice, good-looking stunt. So I think Roy's been killed by Ian Fairbairn now. Oh dear. And now he's going to bend the bars, which is terrific. And of course, because their touch is so dangerous, that makes them a thrillingly terrifying villain. And that's a great shot through the bars. Although I know that if I was watching this with one of my family, they would go, well, if you could bend those bars, why couldn't he bend the other bars? And I would go, well, he used up all his strength bending those bars, so he can't bend these bars. But which is why I stopped watching Doctor Who with other people, because you can't enjoy a moment without people going, which is how most people talk, by the way. People who don't talk like Doctor Who talk like this. They go, and you go, look at that brilliant thing of Doctor Who, or I like a thing. Oh no, it starts to sound like a cat starting a motorbike. But yeah, I'm sure this is a running theme with this. Non-Who fans picking up on stuff not being very good that never occurred to me to look at as a problem. But there we go. Gosh, and isn't it? I wonder how I'd be interested to see how our computer screens and readouts look, because I mean some television programs now they have tables with sort of iPhone type displays, or they have them in the like holograms above the desk and all that sort of thing. So they're an attempt to make stuff look really futuristic, and they're at the cutting edge. But of course they're going to date. So I wonder how iPhones and things like that will seem quaint in 30 years' time to viewers. They're going, oh, look at them. They thought that they thought that a device that could do everything. Well, no, they thought iPhones could do everything. They didn't even anticipate that you could eradicate a species and have a milkshake from the device that you talk to people out of. Because you can't. If you could anticipate the future, you'd be an inventor, not a television writer. Well, television writers are very inventive, but you know what I mean. If we knew what the future amazing inventions would be, we'd have invented them. And I suppose Doctor Who predicts some stuff as well. Oh yes, this is going to be Derek Newark. Yeah, and I think the fact that Greg Sutton is a sort of tough guy, the fact that he's scared stiff, really underlines it, and he's really the only one that can sort of show, what danger they're all in, because of course the others, the fascists, aren't allowed to. They have to toe the party line. And coming up, I think, is one of the great Doctor Who cliffhangers. I think it's absolutely superb. And I think they've established this world brilliantly. And I feel that the Doctor is in real peril here. This is real, genuine jeopardy. Just for the fact that a normal citizen of this world is in huge total jeopardy. But because he's this fish out of water, and because, Starman in our universe is a dangerous guy, but only because he's got, the bureaucracy on his side. This one is a dangerous guy who's where the bureaucracy isn't done by pen and ink. It's done by, Luger and handcuffs. And of course the Doctor's going to the Doctor's going to try and appeal to reason. Is this where he has the fantastic line? Yes, Greg Sutton being heroic, I love it. And Pertwee is great and powerful, and this line is fantastic, isn't it? It's the sound of this planet screaming out its rage. Yes, I love that, don't you? And of course, so Greg, the usefulness of having Sutton there is that he gets to do the heroic thing, and brilliant. And you've got the 5, 4. Close up, close up, close up, close up. And then the 1 is over the closing titles. I love that. I found a bit less to talk about at some stage of that episode. It was much talkier than I'd remembered. And maybe I'm tired. And I think I probably planned to say more about Roy, and then I didn't, because I didn't want it to just be an obituary show. Whereas actually I could have done. I'm sure you'd have been perfectly fine with that. Anyway. Love you, Roy Scammell. Bless you, mate. Oh, dear. Does that leave... God, that leaves... Oh, no. Yeah, Christopher Benjamin and John Levine still with us from that cast list. Jeremy Davis, the designer, is a very nice man, too. Right. I have to pause. Pause? Yes. I also have to find, because I spent ages setting up, I actually didn't call up Jeremy, but he should be fairly accessible to me. So hang on. What am I going to... Oh, it's the cliffhanger. That cliffhanger is fantastic. I just think it from the moment the Doctor rips off his mask, everything about that cliffhanger is perfect. And then the icing on the cake is just the fact that the 1 actually goes into the opening titles. And of course, what that means is that they don't actually escape this cliffhanger. Yes, the Doctor doesn't get shot, but actually the Doctor getting shot is in terms of the grand scale of things, is remarkably trivial to what actually... So the Doctor doesn't get shot, but doesn't really matter in the large scale of things, because the cliffhanger has happened, and there's no amount of bounds are going to get them free from it. So let's just find... I think that's Jeremy on episode 3. Inferno, episode 4. So I'm choosing the cliffhanger. What is the marvellous Jeremy, who is in Doctor Who, the TV movie, who has embraced this for all he's worth? Let's see how he's getting on with his own Inferno project.
Well, now having reviewed episode 4 as some form of witness statement from this duplicate Jeremy that has arrived in our cooler, more, fascist universe. It has been quite an entertaining thing. I did enjoy it quite a lot. I suppose what the duplicate Jeremy would say his favorite moments of this episode are, I would have to concur with them, is the performance of the central actor, one Mr. John Pertwee, and his increasing sense of desperation, and particularly, and this is definitely his favorite thing, the delivery of the line, "It's the sound of this planet screaming out its rage," which I have to say was quite enjoyable. It was an interesting, sort of spluttering of rage from this normally cool and collected doctor, and full of authority, and also just a whiff of desperation. Things are not going well, and I personally, as an underleader, enjoyed seeing someone so obviously moral, so under pressure. So I thought that was quite good. So yes, I agree that that line delivery and John Pertwee's performance as a whole was probably both my and the duplicate's favorite moments, albeit for different reasons. It's interesting how often we agree, considering, we are so different. He has, two eyes. I have an eye patch, as you can see, and he doesn't have a very convincing mustache in the same way that I do, and yes, seems to be overall slightly more pleasant and less, indefinably from somewhere between the United Kingdom and America. Not entirely a convincing accent on my part, but this is what we all sound like over here. So, what are you going to do? In any ways, I will return with the subsequent episode, and we shall see what our favorite things from that transmission will be. See you soon.
Oh, good to speak with goblins. And he didn't say how their project is going, so I hope he's safe. Alternative world platoon underleader Jeremy Radick there, all the way from Canada. We've never met. We've reached across the world to bond over a brilliant episode of Doctor Who. Yeah, if you haven't seen the Hadoke versus Havoc documentary on the Inferno DVD, please do. I had a great time with the Havoc stunt gentleman, and I was berating myself last episode for choosing Havoc rather than the obvious thing, the alternative world thing. And actually, I now feel slightly vindicated because they are a very important part, and they're a sadly dwindling resource, and we won't see their like again, even if we burrow right to the centre of the earth. Which, if we had, Roy would have insisted on jumping in. I'm sure. I mean, did I even mention last week the first time I met him, he was devising a sport on an ice rink, which was like Chariots of Courage, it was called, and he was thinking about disabled sports people who wouldn't be who would need something to carry them along. So he was sort of a shopping trolley on ice with a hockey stick, and he got hit and he started bleeding. He was like, yeah, it's all right, and he wasn't demonstrative about that. It wasn't oh yeah, I could take anything. It was all in a day's work. He wasn't even being macho about it. Anyway, he was 80. I really did think he would get to 100 because he was very fit, very healthy, very sharp, still writing scripts. He was trying to interest people in scripts that he was working on. Anyway, Roy Scammell he's gone to the... I hope when he gets wherever he's going, which I'm sure is up there, he lands on a load of cardboard boxes as he gets there. Okay, I'm going to refill my cup of tea, and then I'm going to watch episode 5. I'd love it if you could join me there, which will be in the next edition. Well, welcome everybody. This is the alternative universe of Happy Times and Places, which is pretty much the same as the one where you live, except all printers work and the 6 o'clock news is presented by Russell Brand. But other than that, it's pretty much the same. Let's crack on. It's Inferno episode 5, and I would like to press play now. So, it's odd, isn't it? With I grew up thinking all Doctor Who stories were 4-parters. Isn't that odd? But they were. I did watch some of the Key to Time, but I think it was on repeats. So, Shard was cancelled. Season 17 is my first, I think, proper continuous live memory. So yeah, I thought all Doctor Who stories were 4-parters, and then occasionally they did this wacky thing of having a 2-parter when Peter Davison came along. It was only much later that I learnt about past Doctor Who that stories were longer than that, and of course, so this Inferno now is episode 5 is beginning when a lot of Doctor Who stories are finished, and hasn't actually got more story than many a Doctor Who story, but it doesn't matter because it's got enough drama and enough character and enough incident. There was a slight change in quality there. I'm sure there are whole essays to be written about the different qualities of the prints here, but it looked slightly better. The stuff that was from last episode looked slightly better than what we cut to. I'm sure there's an answer to that, but I know that this story is it does not look how it would have looked. It's got the slight sort of blur and blur is a good is the word that's springing to mind from the NSTC conversion. But if it wasn't for the NSTC print, we wouldn't have Inferno in colour at all. And I think the colour actually really helps with that. That's a superb model. I like a model shot, and a lot of these are smaller scale, which I did mention before, which I only discovered very recently when I was reading something about this. That all the film bits of a drill and green goo are slightly smaller models. And I love it in the 70s when you could get hit. I mean, at least he didn't hit him on the head there. He did the back of the shoulders thing, but where you could hit somebody with an iron bar and they'd be okay. So that's pretty horrible. So Stahlman is now trying to turn everyone into a Primord, which is pretty grim. And to do that thing where you do in Doctor Who fights where people do a sort of somersault in the air. Which is a lovely, but which is what you can do when you've got Havoc, when you've got your action by Havoc. But yeah, the 70s have that marvellous thing, don't they? Of and it's not just Doctor Who. I used to do a thing with my friend Anton at school where we used to do the sort of Mission Impossible thing of somebody would be guarding something and we go, "We've come to mend your telephone," and then give them a karate chop between the shoulders and knock them unconscious. But of course, it's all a way of packaging violence in a child-friendly way, and the back of the shoulders is sort of shorthand for head and concussion. But of course, if you did actually whack somebody with an iron bar, although looking at it then for the first time, it looked like it had got a hole in the middle. Well, I mean, obviously, it wasn't a real iron bar. And it's pretty grim because all those technicians are sort of they were littered about unconscious, and he's shutting the door. Now, one of the first things we knew about this story, that's Keith Ashley, that extra, who everybody loved, and he's credited as a Dalek, and he's credited in Destiny. And he's credited as a Zygon in Terror of the Zygons. He and Ronald Goff are the Zygons, and they're also the Krynoid in Seeds of Doom. And he was around for donkey's years, Keith Ashley. Somebody should have interviewed him. He's no longer with us. But the first thing we knew about, or one of the first behind the scenes facts that came out about this, was that Olaf Pooley didn't like the Primord makeup. And so I'd assumed that in the later episodes it's not him. They got that they just, because it doesn't need to be him, but it actually is. It is him in the makeup, and he moaned about it apparently, and I actually don't blame him. I'm a serious actor. But I seem to recall Nick Courtney and the extras calling him Aloof Olaf. But he was. But Annika Wills said he was absolutely lovely and jolly, and maybe just a bit pissed off at having to dress as a gangrenous member of ZZ Top. But we will get to the Primords. I love the lighting, the noise, the sweat on everybody's faces. Theatrical sweat, by the way, is horrible stuff because it has to sort of stay there. What did I have it in? I had it in a drama I was in. I can't remember. I've had it a couple of times for telly. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's quite solid. Sort of sticky, but then sort of solidifies, and it's and it doesn't smell very nice either. It's not a comfortable thing to have on you, TV sweat. And of course, if you're doing a scene and you have actual sweat because you're under lights and stuff, like they wipe it off and mop your brow and put powder on. But these close-ups are really intense. What I'm loving this time round, actually, that wasn't so clear on the old sort of millionth generation videos, is that actually the pre-transformation Primord makeup, this sort of bluey green stuff with the sort of sharp bristly hairs on the cheeks that you only see in the big close-ups that Ian Fairbairn has here, and that Walter Randall had in the earlier episodes, is actually really, really good. And it works really well in the close-ups. And actually look is one of the things that looks that, thanks to the improvement of picture quality, you can see the sort of individual hairs of his chin and his cheeks there, which are really hard and bristly looking, and must have had to have been applied quite carefully. That's really effective, and that's something that struck me particularly on this viewing, because this is the first time I've seen it on a screen as big as this. I love all this stuff with Sutton, going sod this for a game of soldiers. I love the way that the sort of world is conjured, and Liz glowering in the background there. That the picture is really well structured, and you had to do this. You had to sort of choreograph all of this stuff, while just bearing in mind, where each of the cameras would be. That picture has to work for that shot we've just had, but the reverse also has to work. So Derek Newick's positioning has to work for camera 2 and camera 3, and there's no cut between them. They're vision mixed. So, and I think that's what we underestimate a lot of the time when the pictures look good in studio, and just the groupings, some people in the foreground and some people in the background, they're not being choreographed like you would on stage for just face on. They're being choreographed for camera to the left, camera to the right, camera straight on, and so the sort of the ballet-like choreography of the movement is really important. And some directors are nothing like as exact as others. And Camfield, I think that we're still going from his camera plans. I'd like to think we are, because I think he was a much better director than Barry Letts. Barry Letts was a decent director. He was an excellent producer and a superb human being. But I'm not a huge fan of his direction, which I think is generally quite functional. But I think this is brilliantly directed. I think there's a real attention paid to what every element does to ratchet up the tension. Even from something simple like as I say, the people groupings, but also, the closeness of the camera. Derek Newick's brilliant there because he wants to tell her the truth, but then he actually backs out of doing so because he doesn't want to upset her. I mean, that's quite 70s paternalism, is that the man has to protect the lady from the bad news. But the reason that it's 70s paternalism is because it's from the 1970s and it was a bit paternalistic. But they've made that a virtue in this particular element of this production, and I do buy all of this, and it's rather tender, and I love Greg. I wish I was like Greg Sutton. I wish I could wear a cravat on an oil rig and probably get my hands dirty and also be nice to a lady. I bet Greg Sutton's probably sowed his wild oats as well, and drank whiskey and played cards with the lads, and then been cool in some international bar. I don't know why I think people who work oil was quite glamorous though, wasn't it? Because it's worth a lot of money, but also it's of the earth. So I think oil men were sexy for a bit. The lights the lights are going down. I noticed that shot when Sutton did they're still playing at Tin Soldiers and does the mock salute. It was totally black behind him. It's the darkness is creeping in, and that was one of Camfield's laments, was that the later episodes weren't as dark as he'd have made them. But I still think they are, compared to the normal look of Doctor Who. Death is closing in here. Disaster is closing in, and I love the continual sound, the sound of the earth screaming out its rage, but the explosions and I think this has got one of the best uses of sound in the whole of Doctor Who, which I'm sure nominate as one of my things if I haven't already. I'm struggling to remember what I chose for the first 3 episodes. I know I chose Douglas Camfield, didn't I, for 2, and the Havoc Boys for 3, and the cliffhanger for 4. Well, but then again, this has got a great cliffhanger too. I can't just choose the cliffhangers every time because I've forgotten. Oh, because the cliffhanger for 6 is pretty stonking as well. And of course Jeremy chose John Pertwee. My guest Jeremy Radick chose John Pertwee, and that was a very good choice, and I am often in danger of taking the leads for granted. And I think Pertwee was very self-conscious about his acting because although he was a seasoned pro, he was the least experienced television drama actor of anybody in these productions, and we know he's a man of action, and we know he's a man of vehicles, and we know he's a gifted comedian who can bring a lightness of touch to it. But actually what he does most of the time in Doctor Who is he does straight dramatic stuff, and that was, of all of those things, because I'm sure we think, well, it's harder to be funny, it's harder to be action and full of action, to do action, it's harder to drive and control vehicles. Well, actually, all of that stuff, that was Pertwee in his element. Most of the time playing Doctor Who, he's probably out of his comfort zone, and I think that's admirable. And because he never sort of really made a big deal of it, I think that's sometimes underestimated with Pertwee. Was that this was all new to him. Whereas Sylvester McCoy, I think, is much more of a natural clown, and has that wonderful brooding sort of bird-like melancholy. But I don't think he's as comfortable with the dramatic stuff, because what we get instead is that sort of worldly eccentricity, and as I say, that sort of slight wistful sadness thing that he does so well. But he's more comfortable with that, and certainly with the comedy. Whereas Pertwee, I think, does the drama absolutely spot on. It's the unit platoon there. The Havoc platoon there. You've got Billy Horrigan in the middle with Terry Walsh and Derek Martin. Billy Horrigan, they used to call Billy Horrible, who's still around, but has never done interviews and stuff. I think he's lost his hearing. I think I may have mentioned that before, but I've said it again louder for people who couldn't hear it. That's not me being mad and forgetting things. Honest. She would have been a different character with Kate O'Mara, wouldn't she? She is a bit drippy, Petra. And I was sort of thinking, is that her fault because of that's how it's written? But actually, I can imagine Kate O'Mara doing this, and doing the same lines, but not being quite so drippy. So yeah, casting is so interesting, isn't it? Because and nowadays it's so compromised because directors aren't even really allowed to cast their stuff. It all has to go through execs and casting directors, which weren't really a thing here. I know that the BBC had their own casting sort of department and stuff, but there was no casting directors really in the way that we understand them now. A director would choose people, and sometimes their wives. But she must have been going through hell with this because she had to carry on Sheila Dunn, making this story whilst her husband has had a heart attack. Oh, I mentioned in not a heart attack, but he was taken off the production because of he had a weak heart. I said that Douglas Camfield was 48 when he died. He wasn't. He was 52. I said in episode 3. So I'm correcting that. I'm sure I will have added an addendum. But it's because he died in 1984. Gosh, long time ago now. Now then, how do we feel about the Prime Wards? I mean, I already think the long hair sticking out the sleeves is a bit comical. It's no, well, no. He looks fine. And the way that this is directed with the other Prime Wards in the background is great. I know they're not called Prime Wards. Those close-ups are all gloriously done. And them coming through the smoke is amazing. But then they look like that. Now, they used to be a huge embarrassment to me. They aren't now. I used to have this theory about every Doctor Who story had a giant rat. That Talon's Wayne Chiang is, absolutely brilliant on almost every level, and then this terrible carpet thing comes and just destroys all the hard work done elsewhere. And I used to think of the Prime Wards as Inferno's giant rat. This production, there's not a bad performance. The direction is great. The design is great. The story holds up. Blah blah blah. And it's got Lemmy from Motorhead after a sneezing accident as the monster. That's very well done. It's not the fact that he gets scratched. It's the fact that it takes a while and that they sort of hold him and that he has to sort of beg for his life, and they scratch him and turn him into one of them, which leads to now this film sequence. So Greg Sutton runs off and Benton has to crawl to the film part of the complex in order to roll about and turn into a Prime Ward, which is a great idea to do this transformation on film because you have more control over it. It means John Levine gets to show that he's really suffering and to roll around, which is really effective. It's a really good choice, and John Levine does it well. And this is good. That's the sort of blistering that's happening. I mean, you could do that mutation of the hand much better now because that was an obvious fade from one to the other. But then he comes up and he's got stupid false teeth, and I think the killer is the black doggy nose. And yeah, actually, I used to not like the sort of hair and the beard, but they're actually pretty good. It's doing a werewolf is really hard and fun. I've done Tooth and Claw for this, and a filmy friend of mine was like, you can't do hair on CGI. Well, I think that the werewolf in Tooth and Claw is absolutely magnificent, and false hair or even good wigs are do have a lack of authenticity about them. So how do you design essentially a werewolf? That's what they are. They're essentially a werewolf. I remember when I first watched this scene, I didn't really, I never quite knew when I read about the story quite how Sir Keith Gold fitted into it. But he's got this sort of nice little subplot running through, and of course he's not in next week. So this, as far as we know, because of course Sir Keith Gold is dead, which just sounds like when it first happens. In the alternative universe, when you first hear of it, you just go, "Oh, that's But of course, actually, is Sir Keith Gold dead because Stallman arranged something? So he got bumped off in the alternative, in Warp 2 or whatever it is. Whereas, of course, this is just a very effective way of doing it, and I like Keith James as the driver. He gets a nice, he gets a nice little bite of the cherry as a character, and it's done with great economy and efficiency, because Stallman has duped the driver into doing this thing. But of course, then we have the fact that the driver feels guilty, so he has to say, "Oh, please don't tell anyone. I'll be very grateful." Which means that he takes his eyes off the road, which means that the car crashes, and that's where we leave them. And he's not in the next episode, so has that spelled the increase in our warp's progress towards the end of the world. That nose is actually quite good in this. That's Dave Carter, you can tell. Well, can I tell? Or is it? I think that was Dave Carter because of the eyes, or was it Stallman? No, that's Stallman. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. It's a good choice. To have the monster leer at the camera, that's quite shocking. But again, not if he looks like, as I say, one of ZZ Top. How do we feel about the Primords? I don't know. I don't think I dislike them as much as I used to. I used to hate them. They used to spoil the story for me. I actually think they're a pretty decent makeup. I love that cliffhanger. That's brilliant. Another great cliffhanger. I actually think they're a decent makeup. And what I love... Oh, is this going to be my favourite thing? The credits, if you do not appear in our world, in Warp 1, you are credited by your rank and name from the other universe. So Greg Sutton is the same in both, but she's Dr. Petra Williams, it's Director Stallman, it's Brigade Leader Lethbridge Stewart. So Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart is not credited in this episode. Caroline John as Liz Shaw is not credited in this episode because they're not in it. Their alternative world versions are, and I like that attention to detail on the credits. You're only credited as who you are as a regular if that version appears in the episode. But Warp 1 takes precedence. So I like that. That might be, I am a credit watcher. That might be my favourite thing. But yeah, I will talk about the Primords more because I'm vacillating with them. But they used to be a source of great embarrassment to me. Almost as much as my inability to use remote controller, which is why you heard the beginning of the next episode. And why did I doubt myself? It was Dave Carter, that one that woke up. And then I suddenly thought, oh, is it Olaf Pooley? No. So always trust your instincts. What is my favourite thing about that episode? I mean, I really like it, but I do really like the fact that do I want to win this? Do I care if I win? I like the fact that the credits, there's such attention to detail that they don't just go Liz Shaw, Caroline John, even though that's what everybody sort of knows and expects, that they do what I talked about at length over the credits. I like the fact that I like what the credits do, even though I'm trying to keep the sound in reserve because I think that might be my thing for the overarching thing, provided I didn't do that for episode 1, but I don't think I did. And I can't choose yet another cliffhanger, although that is a doozy of a cliffhanger. But I know we've got a doozy of a cliffhanger coming up. I don't care. I'm the credits guy. I'm choosing the fact that the credits go to the effort of crediting people as their alternative world self. No, I can't. Can I? Is it anybody else's favourite thing? I don't care. I am. What's Jeremy saying? He's not going to say that.
Well, I'm getting quite into this now. Glad to be back and talking to you about Inferno. Once again, it is Brigade Under Leader Jeremy Radick. I still can't let you speak to the other one. He's still being interrogated, forcefully. But we did have time to sit down and watch this episode together. And once again, strangely enough, both agreed on the same things that we liked about this episode. And the answer to this one is werewolves. Yes, I know, they're called primords, and they're green, and, they're not really exactly werewolves, but let's be honest, they're werewolves. I mean, come on. Do you have those over there in your world? Ooh, gosh, it's embarrassing if I just said werewolves all this time, and you don't even have them. But if you do have them, and they do exist, that's what those are. And they're very cool. I think the makeup is just the right side of silly. It's so wonderful. And they're green, and I don't know why. I've never seen the show before, but I have a feeling that someone involved with this very episode believed that all the best monsters were green, which is just something that I personally agree with. And I like their snarling teeth and the sound that they make, that sort of electronically modulated sound. It is so good. It's just very enjoyable, and I have to say they're being quite menacing, and there's something about this series, even though I've never seen an episode of it before, there's something about it that tells me that when monsters are involved in it, things are really cooking, and so I'm quite enjoying it now. And yes, let's just crack on to episode 6, I think, and we'll see what our favorite things about that are. I am getting a bit worried about the drilling outside. Things starts to shake a little bit. The Earth's getting a little bit unstable now. They're telling me everything's fine, but to be honest, it's looking a little apocalyptic. So hopefully we'll be back here in a few minutes and going over the next exciting episode. All right, see if you can guess what our favorite part of that will be. All
right. Well, I'm sorry that the drilling is getting a bit scarier. Well, I'm slightly glad I went for my credits thing, because I wouldn't have chosen the primords, because I'm still, and yes, they're never referred to on screen as primords, but they are in the credits. So, because I wouldn't have chosen them, because I've had a love-hate relationship with them, and Jeremy mentioned the platoon under leader mentioned the teeth. I think the teeth are a bit of a problem, because they're obviously clamped on sort of comedy teeth, and I think maybe a little bit too white. And I think that whereas younger me, I think, worried more about the hair and the beards, which I actually think, and I've now, having seen a lot of screen werewolves, I actually think hold up pretty well. I think it's the teeth and the doggy nose. But then the sound of those creatures make is amazing and brilliant, and really helps to make them plausible. And things like that. I'm torn about the hunchbacks. That's a sort of way of going. So the bodies have undergone a transformation, are sort of gnarled, and it helps the actors with their movements, and the fact that they're all a bit scorched. But why is hair escaping from a wrist more comical to me than scary? It's a hard thing to do, a werewolf. I know they're not werewolves. Could they have done anything else, sort of burnt like creature? Well, no, because they're primordial, aren't they? So they're a sort of they're an echo of early man, and savagery and primal fear. So the instincts are all right in that. It's just so hard to do. Funny, I think I like them more now than I did when I was younger. I certainly don't recoil from them instinctively like I did. I'm not ashamed of them in the way that I once was. So maybe in another 30 years' time, I'll fancy them. That's something to look forward to in my old age. When I'm instead of Googling nude photos of Roy Scammell, you have to listen to the last episode for context of that. I wasn't looking for them. I will be Googling hairy primords. Anyway, with that rather horrendous thought, I'm going to leave you on not as good apart from saying what shall we choose for episode 6. I've got to find something that isn't the cliffhanger, because I know the cliffhanger for episode 6 is great. I chose the cliffhanger for episode 4. I would happily have chosen the cliffhanger for episode 5. Inferno is a story of great cliffhangers. So in that spirit, I'm going to welcome back. It's episode 6 of Inferno. Let us see what that has in store, and then what is happening in the alternative world inhabited by my guest, Jeremy Radick, who is going above and beyond the call of duty. But that's probably because he's living in a state where duty is sort of enforced and you get shot if you don't do it. So he's only following orders from a fascist version of myself. Let's see what's happening in episode 6. So I will hike the volume up just a little bit, and we are going to press play in I've got to go to episode selection, actually, is what I'm doing, and I have to go next to episode 6. Oh, it's getting very exciting. The epic is reaching its conclusion, and very much so for many in this episode, as we press play or select in 3, 2, 1, go. So I've had a bit of a break between episodes 5 and 6. I've done this one in stages. I don't know why. Sometimes I do these in one epic go, and sometimes I leave a bit of a gap. That's okay. Either way is fine. There are no rules. Those rules that there are, I forget. In fact, I'm not sure I can remember the things that I've chosen. So we'll have to see how that goes. This is where the lava really hits the fan, because this is the sort of the last episode in the alternative Earth, and I can't choose the cliffhanger to this one, can I? Because I've already chosen one cliffhanger. I narrowly chose the last cliffhanger, and I remember reading the Doctor Who magazine, because I had the one with the episode guide of this. Yeah, is that wise? Is that wise when you've got a monster that looks the way that it does to go, I shall showcase it by having it stare right at us? Not many monsters have stared right at us, but the ZZ Top beasts do. I still don't know. How do we feel? They look, I have to say, they look much, much better, the Primords, than they did to my young eyes, where I was so ashamed of, well, everything. So yeah, I didn't want the thing I loved to make me feel shameful. And it's great, isn't it? Because they're so hot, they can be at least repelled, even though they're deadly and clearly fearsome and can create mortal peril. They can be discouraged, shall we say, by a burst of something cheap, readily available, recognizable, but that also makes total sense and is easy to achieve and works for telly that has to be appropriate for kids. The choice to have this background noise is so effective. Sound is one of the, I think, undersung aspects of Doctor Who. And I'm not talking about the music here either. If you think about those, that every sort of time they tap, the rickety TARDIS console in the 80s, relatively rickety, do you know what I mean? And you get a boom and a beep and a blonk. They're obviously all special sounds that really help to sell what would otherwise be, make the noise of light switches. And the 60s, when I did Running Through Corridors with Rob Shearman, as we did the 60s and some of the stories that only existed by soundtrack alone, but actually everything has a weird aural ambience that transports you as much as the pictures do. And actually, what about the screams of the Primords here? I mean, we're having to imagine that the sort of the smoke is hitting everybody, because obviously some are sort of going that aren't really being hit. But this is great. This is as grown up as Doctor Who ever felt to me, even though it's basically a fascist with a fire extinguisher pointing at a border collie. So that's the dignified actor Olaf Pooley, with a wig and wolf dentures in. I do an excellent mobile Scotty dog. No, he will definitely come to again. So yes, I feel. I've talked about Olaf. I'm sure. I feel a bit sad for him that the one story we knew about him was that he refused to wear the primal makeup. Turns out he's pretty much one of the actors, though. Walter Henry gets released from his contract. I wish this smoke was a bit speedier. Actually, no, that's okay. It just doesn't look like it's sort of shooting out, which would obviously repel them with the sort of force of that. It's a bit wafty. And the actors are having to sell it, but that's fine. I'm just talking about. It actually looks pretty good at the moment, but as I say, it's sort of floating out rather than directional, which I think would just. I don't know. As I say, looking at it there, it doesn't look as worrisome as it did to teenage me. The red filter on all of this external stuff on the decaying alternative Earth, the inflamed alternative Earth. See, there's no smoke coming out now. The camera should be a little bit higher. I assume we're supposed to be thinking that smoke is coming out there, but that was that wasn't very carefully done. I like Derek Newark's sort of quiet heroism. He knows that they're going to die, but he's prepared to put all of his last life energy into saving somebody he barely knows. But so he's a brave man. And I will come back to Walter Henry, the missing Primord. When I first read about this story. When I first read about this story, it was the episode endings. So I didn't know that the brigade leader and the brigadier were the same. I was quite young. I'd only got the episode endings, so I hadn't quite picked up the subtleties of what the story was. So there was this brigade leader who popped up quite a lot, and I knew got killed because he gets killed just before the episode ending. So that was in the episode ending, because the episode guide in Doctor Who magazine basically gave you the episode endings of each episode and the cast list. But of course the brigade leader wasn't in the cast list, so he was a great mystery to me until I then read about the story a bit later. and of course that they're all alternative Earth versions of each other. The little smile the Brigadier gives there is a glorious moment because he bawls out Sergeant Benton. Remember, this is very early in the sort of unit family, as we call it. He bawls out Sergeant Benton, but there's a little smile there going, I'm not really cross with him. And now some would say that leads to unit getting a little bit too cozy later on, and I think there's a fair argument there, but I rather like it because he needs to ball Benton out then, but we don't want him, we don't want him to seem like a bully, as indeed his alternative world version is, and he gets his smiles from sadism. Hello. You're not, for all his braveness and the fact that he's obviously, pretty tough in the oil fields and probably hard drinking at the bar. He's I think he could be better with the ladies, old Craig Sutton. And of course the Brigadier was and before we cut back, we talk about Sir Keith Gold being dead. And when I first read about this story, obviously, the first we hear of Sir Keith in the alternative universe is that he's died in a car accident. And that, in Doctor Who, always seems to me so much more grown up. Somehow, death by embolism, no, death by immolation, death in an explosion, death by murder at night, mysterious death getting dragged under the waves. But death in a car accident suddenly makes you go, God, I'm in the real world. Now, as it turns out in the plot, the car accident, even in the alternative world, was probably engineered by Stallman's machinations. In the alternative world, you'd assume he probably could have actually just had him killed, whereas this one, the car accident is an accident which doesn't kill Sir Keith. It's an accident caused by the driver having to drive him off piste and then apologising. So it's an accident, and actually not a lethal one. But the idea that somebody dies in a car accident somehow makes the story seem to be in grown up, more grounded areas of drama that suddenly take it up a notch or two to me, where you can get inured to, death by laser or disintegration, but suddenly a car crash really brings it home because I guess we've been touched in some way or another by a motor accident that's killed a friend or a friend of a friend or a loved one or whatever. And whenever the real world sort of jabs into Doctor Who, it actually gives it more credibility, makes it seem more stark, which this story certainly benefits from. So Walter Henry was a Crinoid in a Primord in, I think, episode 5, and asked to be released from his contract. Now, I'd always, because he's only in the one episode, I'd sort of thought, what they do is maybe they get Walter Henry in to play Stallman after Olaf Pooley refuses to wear the makeup, but that doesn't seem to be the case at all. So I don't know why Walter Henry wanted to be let go, because he was largely a walk-on. He's the patron in the City of Death who serves them the double waters. So and I think he does extra work in other in other Who's, but so actually his only credited role, for which he'd have got paid a lot more and been entitled to residuals, good residuals and stuff. Although I think equity members who are extras get some residuals. I don't know. It would have been quite a decent deal to him. So I don't know where he went. I don't know if he got a better offer. I'm watching the Primords quite closely now. They do a good job, and yes, the sound of that scream that they have, their howl that is augmented by the electronics. It's good because sometimes I think electronics added to organic creatures sells them short a bit. So like the Silurian voices in Warriors of the Deep, you go, they why do they sound like robots when they're creatures? But actually, the electronic augmentation of the roars, I think, gives them a primal of the earth, sort of ancient, and that thing about sort of Krakatoa screaming and stuff. They do like looking at the cameras, the Primords, don't they? I mean, it's rule 1 as an actor, you don't look at the camera, but obviously rule 1 in Inferno is look at the camera as much as possible. Oh, there were fingerprints on the door then. But again, they're quite effective on the big screen that I'm watching them on here. It sort of works. I think because the noses aren't quite so stark as they are on that film sequence of Benton. And this is great sort of Sunday afternoon fare. I was brought up on the most memorable movies that we watched when I was younger were the Poseidon Adventure, which was always a welcome classic in the house, and we must have watched 100 times. The Great Escape, the Towering Inferno. So Poseidon Adventure and Towering Inferno particularly are sort of, disaster movies where a group of people are trapped in a situation that looks terrible, and gradually, one by one, they die off, and sort of cruelly, part of the fun, if you like, is going, oh, I don't want them to die, or oh, I'm glad that you're allowed to be glad somebody died if you're watching a television program and they're an awful person, or oh no, I didn't want them to die, I'd have traded them for that other character actor. Whereas, of course, this does the brilliant thing of it actually kills everybody. Well done, Petra, who's also sweaty. They're all sweaty. This is good. And I like the principle behind this of the bully getting stood up to by the more timid person, but actually the philosophy that she espouses, that is, don't yell at me, and what I love about this is how gradually more and more impotent the man with the gun gets, how more and more, how more flaccid his control of the situation gets, if you like. That's a great shot of a Primord basking in the heat. And again, I'm watching this for the first time on quite a decent sized screen, and this is because it's on film and it's treated and it's NSTC conversion, it probably doesn't look quite like it did, and it might have looked a little bit clearer originally, but it still looks absolutely great. And the fact that Pertwee and Newark and these guys, that they're bathed in sweat, ties are undone. Again, this is quite unusual. This again puts it more in the camp of the stuff I watched with everybody else. The Towering Infernos, the Poseidon Adventures, and anything that sort of would have passed muster with the grown-ups or the cool people, or the people, because I was the youngest, you see, of everybody who thought that my things were about, childish fripperies. Anything I did by its very nature, because I was the youngest. So anything that could sort of pass muster in that world was somehow, made me feel good about it and me. It's very Doctor Who. It's you're putting, and at least they acknowledge it and go, you're putting the entire output of a nuclear reactor through two cables and a plug. But of course now, I was going to say, of course now technology's got much smaller, and you can't. I don't know. I've got no idea what you can do with the output of a nuclear reactor. I don't know if I like the way that Liz gets Saki here. It's quite arch, but it is a good moment, and I like the way she's, because the way that she shakes is she still tries to maintain her erect posture. Dr. Freud is sitting under the sofa and is whispering to me about my mother during this, but she maintains her erection, if you like, as it shakes, in order that she still contains her composure as she sort of gives the brigade leader the BDI, Liz Shaw, and goes, yeah, you're not quite as in control as you thought you were. And of course, with Stallman either unconscious or looking at his reflection in the camera lens, do my teeth look big in this? The main baddie in this episode is the Brigadier, essentially, but our fascist version. And of course, that smile that the Brigadier gives Benton is, of course, in stark contrast to the way that this grim-faced, he's got his bottom lip is curled in a permanent sort of grimace, stony grimace in this. Oh, be quiet, Alexa. And I don't know what Alexa's trying to do. And is this where it doesn't? And I think Sheila Dunn does the I'm working under pressure sort of stuff very, very well. I think vocally she's occasionally a bit shrill in this, and it's hard to do. And I do wonder if the character would have been better with a Kato Mara type. But I think she does that. I think she does the working under pressure stuff very, very well. You can tell a certain generation of these people have seen. Derek Newick saw active service. Derek Newick killed people in the Middle East when he was a soldier in he wasn't in the Middle East. Where was he? Listen to my podcast. But he was on active duty and quite close hand-to-hand combat. And so when some of these actors are being looking at very, very grim situations, what they have to call on as an actor is genuine and stuff that my generation of actors should thank their lucky stars they sort of don't have. But I think it gives them a sort of genuine, I love all this, the Primords charging through this, and there's Benton the Primord, charging through the gasometers. That's great stuff on film. But yeah, this generation of actors have memories of stuff that they actually went through. So it's not cowboys and Indians. You know what I mean? It's I mean that in terms of, I was saying, invoking the genre there of cowboys and Indians. What people say about playing in the school playground. But these people lived it. And I think that does give it a genuine sort of backbone to the action that we perhaps cannot replicate. And aren't we lucky? It'll be voted alive. I like the way he adds aliveness. It's brilliant the way that he fluctuates between sadistic bully and frightened man. Unfortunately, and if he did shoot him in the guts now, I love that. He does actually shoot him, but he hasn't got any bullets. So that's pretty grim, because he would have shot him at close range in the stomach. And I love Newick's line about "you'd only be doing me a favour." That is so harsh. I unfortunately don't think this fight's very good, and I'm afraid I think it's down to Nicholas Courtney, who's not great at. Actually, again, it's not as bad as I remember. Why did it? And I love that shot of Sutton. I actually like the Doctor at the end of Survival with his arm raised, but here with the TARDIS and the Doctor behind him, that is a terrific shot. And the reminder of the Doctor. Is this how you're going to end your lives? Fighting like animals. I think that, or whatever it was he said. I think that's. I may have been invoking Survival there, but it's interesting that it does echo that sentiment of the final story. And she's gone and been really, really brave. Well done, Petra, and I love the fact that he goes back for a. I'm having a bit of a bromance with. I've got a man crush on Greg Sutton, and I'm a 100% heterosexual gentleman. But if Greg Sutton and I ended up on a desert island together, who knows what would happen after a few years. But how did I get onto that? But that fight was not as bad as I'd remembered. I do have a thing about Nicholas Courtney not being great at fighting, and he admitted this himself. Is that he doesn't bend his fist when he punches people. He sort of punches people like a sort of action figure. And I think he wasn't particularly comfortable with action scenes, and I don't think they're his strongest suit. But that fight was okay. The expression on the brigade leader's face when he was punched was slightly not favoured by the angles and comical. But anyway, we're accentuating the positive, and there's so much that's great. I love the fact that Jack Kine is looking over his shoulder as he's pointing the gun, and that's a great shot. And this whole face-off is brilliant because you totally understand. I love the fact that he then shoots the gun to indicate that it is loaded. And you totally forget that this is the same actor. that this is Nicholas Courtney as the Twinkly Brigadier. Yes, and of course what we know now is that the gunshot was not fired by Caroline John because she was pregnant. It was done by somebody else, so that she didn't have to be too close to it. But it totally works, and it's pretty no nonsense. And then you've got the threads, basically, where we got the end of the world and loads of forlorn looking extras. And this is great, all this chargy stuff. Was that and it's stock footage of a volcano, some red tinge, a few extras charging about. Love it. And then back to the people, and it's so short, but we have totally got what's going on. I love the lighting of that. That's a very good special effects shot, actually, and the fact that it's got whatever that metal tower falling over. We could have maybe done with a little bit more of seeing buildings being hit by the lava, but that is incredible, and the killing of the brigade leader is superb, and needed to happen, if you like. He's going to die 15 seconds later anyway, or whatever, half a minute later, as we discover. But Doctor Who does what it can never, ever do. And it's the end of the world. And isn't that sad? Because Walter Henry is in this episode, but he's not in... I think he's not in the next episode. So yeah, I'm sure he asked to be released from his contract, which is an odd one. But maybe he just had something else to do. Maybe he had to go on holiday. Doesn't matter. Only I care. It's the end of the world, lads. Jeremy Davis is a very nice person as well, and still looks probably younger than I do. Good designer. He designed the first Dalek story. He designed episode 6 of the first Dalek story. To give Ray Cusick a bit of respite, so he goes back to the very, very, very early days. So what's the best thing about episode 6? That is brilliant, by the way, episode of Doctor Who. I think it should almost be illegal for me to be able to talk through it, but it's got everything. It's action-packed. How funny. The 3 things I thought I would have to not talk about, but inevitably would talk about, the primords, the steam coming out of the pipe, and the last fight, that I all thought would fall short, actually weren't problematic to me at all in that episode. If I'm going to choose a favourite thing from that episode, it's got to be the end of the world, guys. The end of the world as we know it. It has to be that Doctor Who does what it can never do, because of the brilliant wheeze of the alternative world, is that the world ends, the Doctor loses, and that gives us obviously that brilliant cliffhanger, which I can't choose another cliffhanger again, but that means I sort of am, and with that it means it can kill the regulars, and we have the emotional impact of that. And not great last thoughts, but Greg Sutton must be thinking, God, if we'd done this 24 hours earlier, at least I could have... Anyway, but there we go. So poor old Greg and Petra die without ever doing the deed. I'm sure there are greater tragedies, but... right, so Inferno episode 6. What is happening in the alternative universe where Jeremy Radick is undergoing his own Mohole project?
Well, welcome back for episode 6 of Inferno, to talk about what our favorite things are. In that episode, I am Brigade Underleader Jeremy Radick, speaking for the duplicate version of Jeremy Radick, who we are still interrogating. I have to say, though, he's making some good points about the impending apocalypse. And frankly, that's sort of what I feel is the best thing about this episode too. And he agrees. This sort of bleak, apocalyptic tone. I don't think that this duplicate world the Doctor has encountered is gonna make it out of this one. I mean, I'm rooting for it. It seems really like a cool place, but it doesn't seem like it's going to work out too well, which is worrying. But I do feel that tone and showing us what an implacable hero like the Third Doctor in this particular case is encountering, and the fact that he might actually lose and maybe only escape with his life and be able to help his original world. That's probably a very unusual thing, and it leads to this overall more grave and serious and consequence-filled tone. It's unusual to see heroes in these types of stories lose and lose so seriously as they do in this one, and it's kind of a brilliant turn, as it were. You expect the Doctor to win, and he's clearly not winning on this planet. And I have to say, it did hit a little bit close to home to me in this particular tense, because it turns out the scientists have told us that this is pretty much it. The world's breaking apart, and we have a very little time left. I'm going to help the duplicate get back, try to do one good thing. Hopefully he doesn't notice, doesn't take too kindly to kindness. The leader does, but I am going to send my duplicate back home. I think it's the best thing to do, and this is it. The world's ending. Overall, it's a bit of a bummer, but I did get to see a pretty good episode of television before. I think I really could have become a fan of this show. How many episodes are there, Duplicate Jeremy? How many seasons of the 26? I don't have time to watch all those, do I? No. All right, well, I saw a good one at last. So anyways, hopefully I can send him back home and he will continue the transmissions once he arrives. Let's see if you can guess what both the final episode's favorite thing is, and also what the favorite thing that the duplicate Jeremy thought of the Inferno story as a whole. So good luck. Hope you can stop that drilling. And yes, it was nice chatting with you. Take care.
Well, we're in accord. So I'm going to notch that up as a point to me, because I can't actually remember. I'm going to have to go away. Well, not go away, but when I stop recording this episode, actually tot up the points from previous episodes, because I can't actually remember what I chose, what Jeremy chose, and where we stand in the scorings. So I'll do that before I get to episode 7, but then I'm going to do that imminently. I'm gonna wrap up. I'm gonna put out the I'm gonna douse the Inferno and move on to pastures cooler. Well, Project Inferno is dead. Long live Project Inferno, because eagle-eyed viewers will have noticed that the world ended in Doctor Who last week. Unfortunately, it was a world that was slightly different from ours, so it doesn't really matter that everyone in it is dead. But that concept aside, I've been back and I've checked the scores. Jeremy Radick, my special guest actor from Doctor Who, the TV movie, and plenty more since, who's also been doing lots of other interesting things, which you'll hear about at the end of this podcast, is on 4 points, and I am on 2 points, because I have chosen what he has chosen twice out of 6 occasions. But this being the final episode, we get 2 goes. We get to choose one thing about this episode and another bonus favourite thing overall. And so, if I get both of the things this time around, we tie, which for me in this podcast series is a victory. So there's something to hold out for, eh? I mean, the chances of me doing it, I think, are fairly slim, but let's have a bash. So I am going to press select on episode 7 of Inferno in 3, 2, 1. Now, I mean, I won't tell you how. First of all, it didn't select. Then when it did, it seemed to take forever. So I'm very sorry for those of you trying to sync up. But that's part of the fun. So this is the climax, of course, of Jon Pertwee's first season, the climax of season 7, of which I am a massive, massive fan. It seemed to me to match more with how I imagined the Jon Pertwee era would be from having read the Target books, which so much of it wasn't. It was a bit more colourful. It was a bit less gritty than my mind had conjured from reading about it, and that I think was a conscious decision from Barry Letts. You know, the next story is colourful and zingier and funkier, and probably the right decision because and whilst my taste then and now is more towards the gritty sort of stuff. You know, Doctor Who is not for 47-year-old men who were self-loathing youngsters, and of course the rest of the Pertwee era is much loved and charming and comforting and jolly. But I'm also a great fan of Quatermass, so you know, this seems to me to have all the best elements of those, and Pertwee fits it like a glove. I mean, his hair is not very bouffant. But he does this the dramatic stuff so well, and of course he's only just made it out of the alternative world. So that's the last we see of Greg and Petra and Elizabeth. They're dead. They've been swept away by lava. Very convincing, decent, convincing enough model shot of lava. Isn't it amazing actually what a difference it makes just having Petra with her hair down and in a flowery dress compared to the sort of buttoned up scientist gear she had and her hair up. And of course he's I bet he's got some high karate or Old Spice on as Greg Sutton with his flashy cravat. Yeah, do listen to my I think it's in episode 3 of Too Much Information, my podcast going through every episode of Doctor Who in order, facts, just the facts, ma'am, and the biography of Derek Newark that I've done, which makes for, you know, a sad read in many ways. He had a tricky life, and he drank too much, and it's a, you know, I think I always imagined life as an actor was full of just being in bars and being marvelous, and that was, you know, part of the attraction as well. And you know, it wasn't just the I love this what they do with the camera and the drowning out with the sound, and the sort of the, you know, the being taken over by alien and touching behind your ear and the being a bit of a funny noise is a bit of a cliche, and you only have to do it slightly differently. He doesn't touch the back of his ear, there is a noise, and it works, and I think that's a really effective thing. And obviously the sound is not only just blocking out what he can actually hear within the drama, but also it's like the primal urges are blocking out, you know, his engagement with the human world. It's really clever shorthand, and it's dramatic and it's effective, and every second counts. There was a quiz show with Michael Barrymore called Every Second Counts, and unfortunately it's a bit like when Helen Worth says Jim will fix it in Colony in Space. I'm sure somebody can go through Doctor Who and do a compilation of quiz shows mentioned in Doctor Who. Every Second Counts, which Jim will fix is not a quiz show. Other television shows. I'm sure this countdown is said quite a lot. Two Hearts. So was it? Yeah. So I imagine I didn't just want to be an actor and to be a performer, to do the work which I've do very much love. But I just imagine that was the life of, you know, flicking a scarf and reading books and going to bars and hearing wonderful stories about other actors falling over. But of course, the reason a lot of actors hang out in bars is because of the work hours. You know, everybody finishes work very late and wants to let their hair down, and you get flexi hours if you work in the theatre. Get away with a lot, or in television. And there was a BBC bar at this time, of course, and a lot of actors are very shy in real life, so need the lubrication in order to facilitate the socialising, and you know, in the short term it's great, and in the long term it's terrible. And you know, he was only 65 when he died, Derek Newark, and you know, I know people actors who are still going strong at 95. So you know, that's 30 years they've lived that he didn't have, because he drank himself to death, unfortunately. And it also, you know, impacted on his career latterly as well. His time ran out, which I think is desperately sad. He's got a real attack. He's got a real energy about him, and he's got a likability about him. That's how I think he really works. Is that despite the tough guy stuff, and actually despite the sort of blokey stuff that he tries to do, that actually is a bit naff. Is Greg with the ladies, and I think it's sort of supposed to be a bit of. Despite all of that, he's got a likability, a sort of vulnerable likability about him. But from having, you know, read about him, he plastered on fronts in real life, and they probably hid a real life vulnerability that he covered with bravado and booze. And it's not sustainable. Poor old Derek Newark. But I love him in this. I love all the performances in this, but I don't know why his is the sort, and I think it's because he's the sort of genuine. Because what a lot of heroes in Doctor Who are quite sort of aren't quite so earthy, I think, and quite so sort of prosaic and down to earth and gutsy and perhaps of that again slightly more. He has more in common with people in sort of perhaps more adult shows and genres, which again, this finds its basis in me as a kid who was, worried about Doctor Who being taken seriously, and that sort of approach helps Doctor Who to be taken seriously. I love the fact that Doctor Who solves the problem by basically being asleep, but letting key points out. And this is a sort of thing. Could you do this in drama nowadays? It was a thing you could do. I'm thinking there's a terrible one in The Claws of Axos, isn't there? Where Bill Filer's going, must not distribute. And there's nobody in the room, so it doesn't serve the plot at all. Because nobody overhearing going, my God, they must not distribute Axonite. He's talking to nobody. There's nobody there. It's there because they want a scene for some reason. Whereas at least this is important because they hear what the Doctor's saying so they can impart the information. But could you have a thing now, excuse me, where you have certain dramatic tropes that we took for granted then that you wouldn't do now? And I do think one of them is having somebody asleep saying stuff that's important that they then relay to other people. That's the other thing Newark can do is because he's of that breed of sort of 60s angry young men actors, he's actually really good at shouting, at urgent shouting, which again... which not everyone can do because it has to be contained within the television as well. So it's not the same as sort of theatrical declamatoriness. It's from a slightly different school, and I like it. And he's good at it. Pertwee has a great face. So yeah, we're at the end of Pertwee's first year of a show that was hanging in the balance. It's an amazing metamorphosis of what Doctor Who was. I love the Troughton era. I love the War Games. I think season 6 struggles a bit. I think it could be condensed everywhere a little bit. But oh yes, and Petra. Petra comes good in the end. Just quietly goes, no, it's me. But the metamorphosis from what that show was at the end of the Troughton era to what John Pertwee did, and it rejuvenated and regenerated the series that was in a pretty parlous state. It's interesting with the war games. I mean, the Radio Times coverage disappears to nothing, really. The viewing figures aren't great. Then it comes back. We come back with Spearhead, which is all on film. So the difference between the War Games 10 and Spearhead 1 is, I mean, it's not just colour. It's the fact that it's colour and on film. So we get an accident there because it has to be on film. And then we get these where the money saved by being on Earth and these 7 episoders mean that you get really good looking productions. But then you've got a comedian. You've got John Pertwee, who's not really done dramatic television acting at all, and he was a comic turn on the radio, and he did comedy type stuff when he was in films largely, which, if you think about it, is an extraordinary achievement for him. And it hadn't really occurred to me till I interviewed Sue Upton, who was production assistant on Doctor Who and the Silurians, who essentially said that this was his first sort of serious performance in an electronic studio, because of course Spearhead had all been on film, and it pretty much was. So that he was a bit nervous, and when he was nervous, he could be a bit sort of testy, Pertwee. But I think that all sorts sort of works because he's on sort of high alert, which means he's got this natural dandy thing. I mean, he pulls off his outfits so well, and Larry Turner is right. There's nobody that could. I mean, he's even got a chain round his neck there. There's nobody that could do Velvet Jacket, Freddie Churt, and a chain round your neck and not look like a bit of a Burke, and yet Pertwee doesn't. It fits him like a glove, and he looks magnificent, and he looks like Doctor Who. Yay! Christopher Benjamin's still alive. Keith Gold is still alive. This is really funny. Nicky's going, I think it's brilliant that you're not dead. He goes, yeah, I'm quite pleased as well. That's very funny. Yeah. I do love that. And of course, so Sir Keith is back. So it's not just the Doctor, but Sir Keith coming back really helps with the situation because Sir Keith doesn't die. I wonder if they could have been braver and actually had Sir Keith die, but he's so nice. You don't want him to, do you? Free will is not an illusion after all. Yes. Yeah, this is really nice. And I think Pertwee, and I don't think I've ever given Pertwee enough credit. I've always thought he's great. And he's quite throaty in this as well. You really feel, I don't know if that's an accident, if he just had a cold or whatever, but his vocalizing it does seem like he spent the past 3 weeks in on a burning world. And I love the fact that it's so urgent for him that he hasn't really got time to say, look, can I just explain this to you? He's just like, get out of my way or I'll smash this to bits. And that could seem silly that, he hasn't sat down and explained it to them. But he's seen a world end, and it's a desperate situation for him. And I buy that. I think that totally works. So actually what makes the situation worse, the Doctor's reaction, is not the Doctor just reacting stupidly in order to expedite this next bit of the plot. It actually works perfectly within the thing. I like the way that Stallman just goes, yep, no, I didn't do that. And actually, that's because Sir Keith's quite timid, Petra's quite timid. There's a few people that learn to stand up for themselves, which I rather like. As somebody that inwardly is rather timid myself. And I think, for the viewer, it's... I think Sheila Dunn's doing a really good job in this episode. The look that she's got in her eye, as if to say, I'm a bit worried about you. And Poole is doing this stuff very well, which is awkward. There's Keith Ashley. I think Poole does a great job as Stallman there, and that sort of acting can be difficult. I'm being taken control of. Now it's interesting because the alternative world Stallman had everybody in there with him, and he infected them, whereas this one has sent people out. And I wonder if that's a slight nod to the fact that even though he's doing what he's doing, he can't bring himself. He's a bit nicer this one because he won't kill the other people. There's Derek Martin and Terry Walsh being knocked out there, and I spoke to Derek on the phone a couple of days ago. There's Derek, Charlie Slater from EastEnders, 88. He told me his doctor says he's going to live to 100, which I do hope so, because Derek is one of the nicest men you could meet. Why am I talking about an extra? Because he went on to have a great career. Law and Order, brilliant piece of television, which is available on not Law and Order, the Dick Wolf or the Chris Chibnall things much later. This was showed the dark side, and it cast a lot of non-professional actors or stuntmen in the lead parts. G.F. Newman and was sort of improvised and very naturalistic. And Derek didn't know he was going to be the star of it. He thought he was just one of many, but actually he was very much the star of it as this very corrupt copper, which was quite a groundbreaking thing to be showing in the late 70s, and didn't look back, and has had a great career as an actor, having started as an extra and a stuntman. And so I rang Derek to chat about Roy Scammell, who, as we know, has passed away very recently. And Derek said he thought Roy was one of the best. So yeah, thanks Derek, one nice guy. And it's lovely seeing him pop up in various bits of Doctor Who's. And he said he just had that's actually, there's a photo of him and Terry Walsh being knocked out by Pertwee with the Venusian Aikido, and he'd just been sent a load of those to sign. Now, interesting, when Stallman, who is now on film, so not all of the side bits of the drills are models, because there was a bit there. When Stallman covers himself in the green, you see when Harry Slocum does it in episode 1, when he touches it, it burns, and you get a spoosh of smoke. It's singed, and that to me is a sort of Douglas Camfield touch. Oh well, if it burns, we need a bit of smoke, a little bit of extra work, a little bit of a special effect. So I always think it's a slight compromise when we don't have Camfield in episode 7, and there's no burning, as it were, when Stallman touches the green stuff. I mean, it would be difficult to do it with the face, but so maybe it wouldn't have happened even if Camfield had still been at the helm. But again, I think of it. I think of that as not as good as when Slocum does it in episode 1. So Starman dead, and that's we'll have Pooley in the makeup again. And I remember my brother walking in on this one, and saying that he thought that the episode was a bit of a damp squib because they build up over a 7-part. I remember him doing the same with Ambassadors of Death as well. Was I always watching that? I don't know if I did sometimes strategically place episodes for my brothers to walk in on so that they'd get. I've told you this before, but I certainly think I have felt in the past that the climaxes of the Pertwee 7-parters are perhaps not quite as good as what they build up to, because, particularly in the case of Inferno, we actually have the end of the world. And I think I always had that, received wisdom that this was not as good as it could have been because Douglas Camfield had said so, and because, but I think it meant that one started to see things that perhaps weren't true, like the fact that they wouldn't have had smoke coming out of Stallman's phaser, but they might have had it when he touched the green stuff, but I don't know. But I do like the fact that it stops at minus 30 seconds and not at 1. But actually, the reason it stops at 1 normally in dramatic moments is because 1 is much more exciting than 30. So whilst I sort of go, oh, well done, yeah, they didn't go for the cliche, it does mean that there's no real climax as such, is there? I mean, Stallman just comes out and gets shot, really. And then there's that extra bit where Greg and the Doctor have to stop the countdown, and they stop it at 30. But of course, the real climax to the story is the cliffhanger the week before. And I think, I don't know, probably what we'd have now is you'd have that final bit that the Doctor and Greg do. So, you know, somebody would have to go into somewhere hot, and perhaps somebody would have had to sacrifice their life. There'd have been an added moment of peril and sacrifice, I think, in order for this to be a bit more bells and whistles than it actually is. But I don't mind. Because we have the whole thing, and there are plenty of beautiful moments in this. I worried that this would be a little bit, as I say, a bit of a tricky damp squib, but I've enjoyed this episode very much. I think there's enough. I like the characters standing up to Stallman, and you know, getting the backbone. There's some funny bits. This is jolly. Pertwee is really good, even though he spends half the episode asleep. John Pertwee becomes the Doctor so quickly, and he's so good at it. And I like this gutsy early version, the Buffon level 1. And this, yes, he's going to do the testy thing. And of course, there's a sort of real steel by that as well, because he's actually seen a terrible version of the Brigadier, and he's you know, I think, and the Mind of Evil is more explicit about this. What happened to him in the world of the alternative world of Inferno, I think, really affects him, even if it's just because John Pertwee's got a cold this week. You know, I think you really do buy that whatever happened to him there has sort of scarred him, and that slightly scarred, you know, his conduct towards the Brigadier, who, let's face it, as a military man, does have the capabilities within him to do terrible things, and in another world enjoys doing those terrible things, which is a frightening thing. But it talks of, you know, would you have made the trains run on time if you were told to? Well, you probably would have done. And which is why I am very cautious about a lot of today's younger social commentators who yell at the past. You go, don't cast yourself the hero of a film you're not in, because you're not saying, you know, if you'd worked at the BBC in the late 1970s, would you have said, no, we must not cast a Caucasian actor as Lee Sen Chang? I don't think you would have done, and I think it's disingenuous to say that that's the case. So, you know, circumstance. We must be grateful for the circumstances we find ourselves in, because who knows what we might do where circumstances different. And I think this story, you know, throws up that very starkly and very, very interestingly. But on top of that, it's Doctor Who as disaster movie, and it's Doctor Who as Mirror Universe episode. And on top of that, it's season 7, gritty, exciting, hardware heavy, plausible. You know, we're going to be as realistic as possible within the confines of what we do. Who? It's cracking. Inferno, I love you. You set me on fire. So I've got to choose two things and hope that Jeremy Radick chooses both of them. And you know what? I know what they're going to be. The one for this particular episode is John Pertwee's observation that free will is not an illusion after all. And I mean, I think it ties in. I mean, Jeremy's already chosen John Pertwee's performance in a previous episode, but also, you know, yeah, Pert interesting, because I'd sort of got it in my head that Pert was just asleep in that episode. He's really good in that episode, and what the Doctor gets to do is really important. And I so buy the fact that he's come from last week's episode. Do you know what I mean? I think that the way that lays heavy on him, but I think that musing that he has and the observation and the joke about it being wonderful news that Sir Keith isn't dead. Yeah. So free will is not an illusion after all, but generally the whole Doctor Pertwee vibe as he's emerging from the other world. And my thing for the whole story is the sound, is that ever present, particularly in the alternative world, but the ever present drilling, but then the distant explosions and the shaking of the world outside, the oncoming apocalypse. But also those primordial screams, the primal, tinnitus from the dawn of time that Stallman has. The soundscape, I think, is really impressive. And as I say, besides the music of Doctor Who, which is very important to it, I think the sound in a lot of the special sound, the sound in Doctor Who is often underestimated and under-discussed, and it's not a medium I can be particularly eloquent about, because it's not my area, but that doesn't mean I don't acknowledge it and appreciate it. There's no way Jeremy's going to have chosen those. Well, certainly not. Well, no, let's see.
Whoa. Well, hey, it's Jeremy. I am back from that terrifying sojourn, real harrowing experience in that duplicate world. Whew, I was able to figure out how to stop the drilling and contain the gases, and I told the scientist drilling in my backyard to knock it off, and I think we've successfully averted disaster. But whew, what an experience. I just, whew, I don't even know what to say. So, final episode of Inferno. I think probably my favorite moment is the line that John Pertwee says about free will not being an illusion after all. It's a wonderful moment for Doctor Who. It's kind of magical. It's a moment that John Pertwee's really good at delivering. It's heartfelt, and it's those moments of charm that he always talked about, and that's a real moment of charm. And I just think it's so, it makes it kind of have a little more heft, and it kind of lightens everything that's happened, that's been, on the whole, rather, just sort of engrossing and tense, and in some ways it could be bleak, but the fact that he fails to save this world and comes back and finds that fate and destiny aren't set in stone, that the actions of people have meaning, and that those actions aren't part of some cosmic design, that people have agency, and that their choices matter. And it's a wonderful thing. It's a sophisticated point for the show to make, and so that's my favorite moment of the episode. So now, what's my last kind of favorite thing about the overall story? It's just, Inferno to me occupies a really singular place. I love season 7 of Doctor Who. I think it's like what I call the shoulder seasons, those moments where production teams overlap, and an outgoing production team kind of sticks an incoming production team with a series of plans that maybe that incoming production team doesn't want to do. And that's definitely the case here, that season 7 was planned and commissioned, and Barry Letts, producer, and Terrence Dicks, the script editor, kind of didn't like what they were stuck with, but they were stuck with it. And over time, over the course of that season, it becomes this melange of kind of opposing artistic viewpoints. And season 7 is sort of, over time, grows more towards what the show would become. Everything becomes a little more cozy, a little warmer, a little less kind of clean and sophisticated, which isn't a bad thing. I think that it starts to remember that it's a show for the whole family, and whereas something like Ambassadors of Death, for instance, which I love, there's not necessarily a ton in there for the littles, to hide around. But this one's got werewolves, so you really feel like there's this great kind of collaboration going on of a concept that the current production team doesn't love, but they're making the best with. They're even the 7 episode stories that they're stuck with, which I'm sure they hated because it's so long. In this particular story in Inferno, because Don Houghton didn't have the parallel world storyline, and Terrence Dicks kind of put it in there in order to stretch out the episodes. It's just a necessity being the mother of invention and delivering this thing that fits in so perfectly. It's like a little capsule of what season 8 and season 9 and really the rest of the unit era is going to be, and the sort of earlier, more sophisticated, more challenging, sort of slightly more adult series that this season started out being. So that's kind of my favorite thing. It's one of the reasons why I love Inferno so much, is it really kind of has a singular feel to it. It doesn't feel like anything else. And yeah, and so that's it.
Oh, well, we'll see how it folks. Interesting, yeah. Okay, well, 5-3 to Jeremy, but I'm glad the free will went. Yeah, but I'm glad I chose the sound, because I actually nearly chose the sound in episode 1, but it seems appropriate to have it because it stretches over the whole thing, and at least I'm not choosing an actor, and I could have chosen pretty much any one of those actors, but I think particularly Pooley and Newark, and Nick Courtney, and John Pertwee. I think those four are magnificent, but I think it's strong across the board. And yeah, I do. Yes, the fact that isn't it interesting that some of Doctor Who's finest moments are when people are saddled with something they don't particularly want to be doing, or that they don't think are particularly good. I seem to recall with Robots of Death, nobody was particularly happy with the script, and the script is excellent. So works really hard to go against what they thought were its cliches or shortcomings or whatever. And Brain of Morbius was always seen as a compromise. It's not what we wanted to do, and then became so quite often, Doctor Who is necessity being the mother of invention when you're making something you don't like. But I love season 7. But it's when he said about Ambassadors of Death, which I love, and had always been sort of talked of as being this, this one of the weaker Pertwee stories, because it never quite hung together. That actually, as it turns out, was largely a productions team's point of view. And when I first watched it, wow, hang on, this is supposed to be the Duff one, and it was one of the last stories I watched as a result of that. I wasn't particularly bothered about getting it, and I think it's fantastic. And a friend of mine, who's one of the first people who agreed to do this, who chose Ambassadors of Death, and then loads of other friends of mine chose, and I said, you can't do it, it's somebody else doing it. He still hasn't sent me the video, but I know he's doing it. But that will have to wait a while, because I'll have to put a gap between this and it. But what got me thinking when he mentioned Ambassadors, and I guess a bit like about some of the things that one enjoys about this, is because it exists in the whole pantheon of Doctor Who. And I wonder if at the time I'd watched Ambassadors of Death, with its lack of monsters and with its 7-episode length and all of that, and the fact that it was only one of 4 stories that year, if I'd have been sweating and going, oh, but hang on, what if the general public don't like this? What if my this is going to be the end of Doctor Who? If I'd have liked it as much as the fact that when I viewed Ambassadors of Death, it's whether it was good or not had no impact on the future of Doctor Who, because it was in my past. And so I wonder if that's why I have to have a certain amount of distance between episodes and actually relaxing and enjoying them for what they are, not for what they represent to the future of Doctor Who and to the outside world. So I think the message there is one should get a grip and not worry about things, and what might happen, because what might happen, that might just happen in an alternative universe, and this one will be fine. But I do like Inferno. I think it's a classic. I thank Jeremy so much for going to town, and I'm sorry in the audio version of this you can't see his eye patch and his moustache. Sorry, not his, platoon underleader Radick's, from when we had the sojourn into the alternative to Warp 2 of Radick World. So I hope you enjoyed Inferno. I worried episode 7 would be a damp squib, and it wasn't at all. It's a true classic of Doctor Who. I don't think there's much wrong with it. I would have gone, if I just had a lazy sort of off the top of my head about Inferno, I'd have gone, yeah, it's great, but the monsters are a bit crap. But actually, I think the monsters are fine. Occasionally their teeth are a bit obvious that they're wearing false teeth, and it's a risky look, the old long hair, long beard look. But actually, it's consistent with werewolfery. It's all the rage in Lycanthroville. And actually, on the quality that I'm watching and on the size of screen that I'm watching, I was pretty happy with them. So yeah, one of Doctor Who's all-time greats, I would say. Some of the best cliffhangers the series has ever done. The alternative world is a stroke of genius and is brilliantly carried off. So my thanks to Jeremy, who I'm going to let see out the episode by plugging his thangs. You will join me for another one of these, or you can just jump sideways to an alternative dimension where I spend 7 episodes watching Doctor Who and slagging it off whilst wearing an eye patch, and then shooting everybody at the end. But if you haven't got the means to get there, just stay with me now as we listen to what Jeremy Radick from the Doctor Who TV movie, presumably he answered the right questions in exams and is doing what he's doing now, which you're going to find out about.
So you also suggested that I do some plugs, so I'm going to do some plugs. If you're interested in following me on Twitter, my handle is @Jeremy Radick, and that's where you're going to find news about anything that I'm doing, which isn't, terribly much right now. I'm not acting anymore. This is the first acting in this long series of sketches that I've done in some time, so I hope you enjoyed it. I hope I wasn't too terrible. But I am a part-time editor of comic books. I edited an Image Comics series called Rose, which if you go to the Image Comics website, I'm sure you could order some trades, or it's available also wherever digital comics are sold. Comixology. It was written by Meredith Finch and with art by Iguara, and it's a terrific fantasy series if you love it, so I recommend you going there, and I was really proud to edit that. And I've also edited another original graphic novel for writer Meredith Finch, this time with artist Colin Dwyer, called The Book of Ruth, which is a adaptation of the Bible's Book of Ruth, but set in Depression-era United States. And it's a really interesting project. If that sort of interests you, then head on over to cavepicturespublishing.com and order that. It's a beautiful book with terrific artwork and an inspiring message. I was really proud to work on it. And any further projects you can catch up with by following me on Twitter. So thanks so much for joining me and having me on this show. Toby, it was a real pleasure. And I hope you enjoyed listening to this nonsense as much as I did making it. And talk to you soon. All right.
Well, I said I'd leave it to him, but I've kept the cameras and the mic running. So thanks to Jeremy. Go and check out his things, and we'll see you some other time. Ta-ta. Thanks very much for listening to Happy Times and Places, which is presented by me, Toby Hadoke, with an eye patch. My special guest was Jeremy Radick with an eye patch. He can be found on Twitter @Jeremy Radick. I'd like to thank him and the many patrons who make these podcasts possible. And they include Thomas Payne with an eye patch, Ken Patterson with an eye patch, Richard Patey with an eye patch, Phil Pascoe with an eye patch, Andy Parkinson with an eye patch, Russell Parker with an eye patch, Mark Trevor Owen with an eye patch, Jeremiah O'Connor with an eye patch, Steve O'Brien with an eye patch, Tom Neenan with an eye patch, Andrew Nixon with an eye patch, Chris Murphy with an eye patch, Justin E. Monaghan with an eye patch, Phil Mitchell with an eye patch, James Miller with an eye patch, Nick Mellish with an eye patch, Steve Manfred with an eye patch, Glenn MacLeod with an eye patch, Joe McLachlan with an eye patch, I'm entertaining myself anyway, Philip Marsh with an eye patch, Darren McLean with an eye patch, Kazin with an eye patch, Jacob Lumley with an eye patch, Andrew Llewellyn with an eye patch, and Andrew Lester with an eye patch. The music was by Dave Gates with a different wig on location, and the artwork by Dylan Patterson. Please go to patreon.com/Toby Hadoke if you would like to become a patron. That's from £3 a month, but you can go up to whatever you want, really. There's no cap. I'm not going to stop you. But most of the bonuses are available from that lowest tier, and they include bonus releases, exclusive material, monthly AMAs, pictures of my dog, and a whole podcast strand called Far Too Much Information, which is just for patrons. I've been releasing some hitherto unheard interviews with Doctor Who actors and production team as well. I know the monthly commitment is difficult. If you want to go to kofi.com/Toby Hadoke at any time and do a one-off payment, if you think I sound needy, then please do. But what costs you nothing, and what would definitely be appreciated, is to go to iTunes or Podbean or wherever you get your podcasts and give these releases 5-star ratings and a few words of review, which really help to, just to tip people off to their existence and to hopefully the fact that there's something worth listening to herein. This has been a long one, so plugs over. I am a comedian too, so do come and see me live at Excess Malarkey Comedy Club in Manchester every Tuesday. There's an archive of Excess Malarkey lockdown shows at twitch.tv/Excess Malarkey. I'm on Twitter at Toby Hadoke. These podcasts have their own feed at Hadoke Podcasts, and Excess Malarkey My Comedy Club is at Excess Malarkey. I don't know why I just didn't keep the post-credit stuff from the original release of episode 7 on the end of this, because I've just spent ages having to re-record all of that, and now come up with something for here. It's like those very bad red closing credits on the Omnibus editions of The Robots of Death and Day of the Daleks, where instead of editing existing elements together, they made a whole new closing credits. Not very well. Too many names on a slide. And in the case of Valentine Palmer on Day of the Daleks, his character Monia got changed into being called Monica. So there we go. But that's got nothing to do with Inferno. This has nothing to do with anything. Frankly, it's nearly 4 hours. You've had plenty. But if you've only listened to this, I've got a friend who will collect a whole Elvis box set, entirely made up of tracks that he's got, if it's got a 2-second track that he's not got, or a 15-second outtake, and he's got every other recording that's already on that box set. So if you're listening to this for completeness sake, well, there you go. Well done. You got new opening titles and new closing credits and post credits nonsense. Why anybody would want that, I've no idea. I'm not sure anybody does. I could be talking to precisely nobody now. Well, I mean, I'm always talking to precisely nobody, but at least most of the time I do have the impression that some people are listening. And I know some people listen to the end credits, but the end credits of the omnibuses, I mean, that takes real dedication, or insanity, or insane dedication. Anyway, I think 4 hours 2 minutes is plenty long enough for a podcast. Go away!